have always found time to pay people to think and not just to talk. Because every day you get up on your airwaves, what do you hear? Let me tell you, go to Burkina. We are importing vegetables from Burkina. Burkina is getting greener and greener than Ghana is. How many times do you hear people in Burkina knocking their chests and shouting about their achievements and what they are doing? The achievements are being felt because people are thinking about the future of Burkina. People are thinking and interpreting their environment and finding answers to the challenges of their environment. Here, and I keep saying it, in this country, I analyze the politics and make projections 10 years back, 10 years forward to see where Ghana is going to get to. If we do not change and look for think tanks that can sit down to think through our problems as early warning systems, every problem that is known and has been solved in some country will always come to us as a new problem. That's what I mean by paying people to think. All the researchers, go and see Ghanaians outside this country I have met. Go and see what they have been able to do for other countries because those countries are paying them to think. Some of them are not even interested in coming back to Ghana because nobody wants to become part of a talking society. They want a society that acts and achieves results. But who do we glorify? Those who can insult each other on the radio in the morning.
Who should take the blame?
All of us. Because I keep saying when people say the media goes to do it is not the media. Does the media sleep and just conjure stories? We send the stories to them. Because all this social security, corruption, whatever you are looking at, people are looking for these security outlets because the future is unknown. Who can climb the ropes in Ghana today fairly? Even university admission. People come to their MPs to go and assist them get admission. And when a country degenerates to this level, that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted, we have a problem. I was in health. I went to interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident, and you are sent to the nearest health center, and the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nursing training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And then they come, ladies and gentlemen.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio Program of the Year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the Radio Program of the Year 2020.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Asunyi sa platform media se unyana betna subia na Fabibroni bese, it's a privilege and an honor na yamu be so part of the inception of this particular platform shasi ache and no more so na shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program?
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
We wish you well. We wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. So he knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososa, we are proud of you.
The Honorable Samuel Okudjeto Blakwa and Moten and Kano. Bibi Aboko.
Oh, Osei, Bonsu, Amwa. And the Amwa na count your own. I said, man was in the union was able to Obi, Mobo Juma, Mobo Juma, Yabana, Yabihusi, and Yachi, Emse, Oba, and Oshas, baby, and Yamidua Biduno. I was near the tag office because Namia share Juma Asempa FM so more any education among the man Crawford. Now we be idea about one Crawford pass start after and Crawford Amudu.
Yeah, now beginning the year, right?
From Pond. On an tag everyone award. Or church say dread before any investment kakaka. Said the Bayer is Sika, a Bayer no. I'm say, near beating I can say, Yamin Team Nina, Yamin Shamo. As I'm party, and Obiati, do we are now much baby aboso. Intino as Empire from there. Opo Betty. Yeah, that's it. Nadia Obi is what the captain's band and abo. It do Opo Betty. Yeah,
that's a promise I'm watching on that tag code. Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It should count.
Yeah, that's
time I have that. If I have any aje. Yeah, that's it. Now, a near man that down never to accommodate so Mate. When you say Ghana, that Wakumaso. So, how's been a Damakumaso? Yeah. And Tiana, a man in Pija.
Obi, also Obi.
Yeah, easy.
But I must commend you for the work you did for Mother Ghana when you team in 2023. It will amaze you to know. I mean, Chia Sofon Penning for Muti. I don't know if they will want me to put their names out there, but Minima Sofo Ghana, the fathers of the charismatic Pentecostal faith, Muti this platform.
Amen.
And they listen. Amen. The last time I met one of them and said, "Oh, Uba Asempa na miti. Asempa de Oha miti every time. Yeah, miti Obi. He's doing very well. So it just tells you the impact that you are making. It cuts across. I think people appreciate the depth, the dexterity with which you approach your work. Any nimdiania obrasi any nyansa odi ewe juma enye onkwa ono producers ne omo kan nyina nti eda Asempa Fuase one management ne omo kan nyina say 2023 by the grace of God you helped us.
Yes.
Mudi nyansa ni nimdie ne nyame adwen through education information amode buy amode boy. Me assure say 2024 by the grace of God, you do even more than you did.
Even more.
You've done great, but we know, sir. I keep telling the people who are around me that there is always a place called up.
Up.
There is always a place called up. No matter where you have reached, there is another place called up. And so you don't have to relent. Yeah. You don't have to be complacent at all. You are doing well, especially in this CIA election year. You nimse nyame adom ne nyansa and in a homo Roberts now, so to steer most of the conversations right, so that the day or how near benini or yini any usu ebeba o maini muno nyame be so na wa call me every because this is the only nation we have.
Ekosiisen. Asabni nyina no. Ekosiisen. Dey kan nyina me say Ekosiisen. Ghana for de ni hu na ma ye nyina no Ekosiisen. Enti I think say nkofo a omo tena ase nwini program that inspiration omo nya no.
Asempa FM.
Say tiasia ya better has kasa no. I think say we have to understand the word Ekosiisen. Asam na wie nyina no no ene Ekosiisen de be ka ho nyina de na bonten wo a wote konso na chi de etie me ame kasa aban mpanimfo nyina Ekosiisen ye wie nyina ye ko wie e wa bobo ano enti say oman na ye som oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoko na ye chichire a ene Ekosiisen
me hwena me continue na me cheche ho wuye ansa na me free mako be go fra mako
e be sia ba be din komo bio why
yo the flow say
me din your say bonsu
ko say bonsu
who me now frame me obi a meje wo so why
ni zo ni obi amu anenam
chairman medase pa chairman Kutin central regional chairman Hedima MPP hey chairman Kutin do be kunipa o wa Chief Bine akwaba na apom to then
Osei bonzo
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibi abokwa.
Oh Yankopon adum bibi adadi. Na wazo apom.
Nyame na adum kakra. Ye pem so kakra.
Asempa awuna utim nyina wa kire de so apara. Ghana ha ye bienyo to 100 abira. Won din rambo moroko du bia obama ya so at.
Fantastic.
Ghana manda wonas.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And I'll show me Wikipedia or some recognize me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. As Nana Kwame Bediako. Okay. So what I say, no one I quite to say Jay-Z.
Anderson Carter.
Oko check it Wikipedia as here or be connected the two. Until and you almost how nipa ebodino. No, they combining and no more search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that cheddar and a nick, you know, and a nickname.
Cheddar, nickname. I just say Obi. See what they will cast cheddar, Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And I'm not. Obi no kwere ba ko pe ebutu ko kwa me radio TV bia mo bia o se utim de to e Asempa FM ena minim se nipa bebre o mu nim Asempa de ebutu a bichimato me wo Ghana hanko ade a ebutu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa me wo ni ada pata o na me de beto bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto
yes Honorable Kwesi Amoako Ata
yo
apomo ye de
obi mejo so
obi bia boko de honorable
oh aja wadawru ma o fa said the bia me ka kire obi de onhwe wo fa tem bia obefrem na just asem aba
ye be ba hwehwe
okay obi yeah
my nase lawyer Jerry Ahmed Shaib. We wish you very well. Why? We wish you very well.
We are very smart guy. I told you that my driver listens to your station. Both everybody knows it's called Stephen Boating. Let me just use this platform to say hello to him. Yeah. I think he wants to hear a voice, so maybe you have to greet him. It's called Stephen Boating.
Stephen Boating?
Yes, both.
No, Charlie. Stephen, we brutal.
Yeah, or brutal. Or cherish you.
Stephen, yeah, that's it. I was a crow banana in the picture.
Yes. And then Mama, I remember all family Kasabi.
It's been great. Ekosiisen in a lawyer met Shai when I'm attending Kano.
Kwaya nanka all the bay 3 hours the picture. See, I'm for enam so who free enchi quarter there so watch your kwan so 20 minutes no way. See as a would here because when him obi western of 40 Asempa now a back who show now And yes, me ha many America say a yosun. Some show no. And come ye no Western not for asu demu pa. And all when him say asema yeke no crep trudo.
Kamal Dean Abdullahi. How about now? It's saying,
oh, Obi, Yankopon to minti, Bibia Edadi, and Rechinam Watamale. Oh, na Mitie Ekosiisen. I think one of the networks in Tamale. ABC Radio. And as usual, you are fantastic. In fact, Obi, Meka say we have not been shortchanged by multimedia at all. Ekosiisen on Asempa or you're sitting on the seat now has actually proven to us say indeed Ghana Asempa has the men, and Ghana will continue to have the men in the media industry. Asempa Mate Semwanya,
CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen.
Obi, me boma baso papa. Asempa Mate Semwanya,
CIMG Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen.
Obi. Me boma baso papa. I'm say next time no, sa segment no. Me here some segment no. Omon sheda emman sa award. Because that segment is sweet, is beautiful, is informing, it's telling us say Ghana is put first. And that segment is a segmenter. I'm say Omo Mass Radio Awards. Omo here segment ye pa. Now within Ekosiisen no. Me here
openness, no. I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, oh, miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians, only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines, they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be, may that's
it. And the Honorable John upon the attending and cannot.
When you share Momna, move in Namiti, would you media would Namiti? My used to, yeah, your line of questioning. Send I was 100 program, and I think a bit me flow together.
Medase. Ekosiisen suni haya Asempa FM. Mamema Dr. John Oforitenkran Akwaba na yenshase eni enkomo oye big man Director General Edema Snet. Boss Akwaba net saying
Boko Minia.
Vivia Koye. Ask me who watch every
say. Obi say, see me a big man. Only a big man. Only a show from all over the world. You don't see a common surprise. See a man for or more show. Just a show na aji baby.
That's it. But Snitch Boko there.
Nyamiadum. And the Mumpai Bonti. You go so. Yeah. Jumaka Krahakra.
Yeah. Dudu na Obi. Na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so ka na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposawo no ese Ekosi inti ye bom abaso ye say the good, the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya meka ya na mrebi mo bono. Mo ye program, mo political program mo asante. And now come ka station ewo ye gonja and ka ye program mo yabonra. And now come ko pie so ewo ye mampusia and come ye na yiri program. Na sisi ya nemu won kan ide. We gaman Ekosiisen.
Sorry, that's it.
Nice one.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
World class economic management team that meets every week to take decisions on the economy. Decisions on the economy. Osafo Mafo, he is a former finance minister. In many ways, in terms of the performance, there was Rubebre. I say anything Baumia has done, and that is economy. On what I say, at the EMT, no Baumia 1,000. Na yamfa asedam mano for where we are now in terms of the economy. Obi. After all of this, Kofi Benson Baumia before to say so they come and state these positions that do not make sense. Say, we need economy in Osei, and that he is only in an advisory capacity. Who commends an EMT head for merely giving advice? Say, on my advice, na yamfa, akufa do bona baso. Inta akufa do no. Say, ba my advice na wamfa, obona baso. Does he congratulate him for giving him advice that he has rebuffed? 2019, and 2020, Baumia LED EMT no in town hall meetings. First, to project economic outcomes. No, say, papa. And announce decisions. I want to announce the reversal of the benchmark revenue. Reduction of the benchmark.
By 50%.
Was that advice or a decision? Samira Baumia, there's a video of her in 2016. All cast a new chrono with him, dear, Sikasamutu Tuyanti, and none of the best saw economy in ye. Nobody spoke about advice. It is a post facto rationalization. If you I am submitting, say to Mokasado is because the economy is in terrible state, and Baumia knows that he will suffer the consequences for it. And nunti na omo distance you am free. Now, say entesa. Inti Abraham Baumia, or what time 170 questions. Ekoma Misata say answer. And what capacity was he giving to Misata? If you know, say Vice President, no, or the creative piece. Above last of us, 77 period and fast will be in the society of government or no catcher now. Who could be some question? Why did this Baumia go and ask the decision maker? Whoever he is.
FM.
Intima almost say, Yankwala, Obi, you and I know. Say, economy new year now. Baumia will tell us that or no name modern mountain Akon and to Abamano. It would have been his number one campaign item. So, say, almost say, or minus Kasemwa. Let them not come and insult our intelligence on top. Yankwala. Sabi impediasa. Sabi impediasa. Momo Musa Yanse Nigana Futrim. It is bad enough to destroy the economy in the manner you have done. But it is insulting to try to run away, flee from responsibility. Apart from incompetence, there's a streak of cowardice and irresponsibility in this conversation. Say, who near Kukudra, a digital say, I'm in charge of this. Now, but I have capacity because of ABCD to resolve it. Leave the electorate to your friends saying. Decide whether they will give you an opportunity despite the obvious failure. Why? Mama buy now. Doom so mama and the fire pliers go to travel memos. Obi. I know when I said mama the doom so buy. It is ignorant talk. Anybody who knows the history knows this and pass. But he could have rebuffed criticism, but Ojitum say I will take responsibility and get it done. And nothing I'm gonna phone you about chairman or resolve it. In December of 2015, and now about Miaka say or no, I'm gonna solve doom so. Meanwhile, the same person or better now joy from studio, I'm a could you answer catch and say doom so as over or say, oh, we should not give credit to Mahama if it is solved. Inti on the matter of who is in charge of the economy, I have given you 5 reasons why some about me can no credit. As someone Bentel air can no credit. As someone MPP propaganda is can no credit. It is a fact that the president is the boss. But President Akufo-Addo Ankasa, I'm a young the person he has put in charge. So digitalization idea we a afterthought. Me, I was deputy minister for communications. Almost everything that is done in that space never fully under him. Even me go to me with these things. Since here we January fee economy no akọ digitalization so him say economy in here. If the economy was good, it would be his trump card in this election without a question. Obi number 2. I am before ka and say the previous excuse na your COVID na the friends.
Sure. Russia Ukraine
war. And the third one about me is not in charge never. I dismiss those excuses too.
The global pandemic and the war in Ukraine.
There's a global pandemic. There's a fact that there's a war in Ukraine. Fact for Ghana, Krayanka, Ukraine trade partners.
But we buy wheat, flour, and all those things from Ukraine.
From other parties. The point is that there's no country in this world that one can say COVID not affecting, including countries in West Africa. And yeah, COVID in tea and the economy no. It was irresponsible politically motivated decisions, elections related decisions. Because Cote d'Ivoire, we manage COVID better than Italy, US, Obi. Or the capacity
in
that
terms
the
of
US,
the decisions.
What is it? What decisions? The capacity that US needs, will be in terms of healthcare. Say, Nipa 1 million who Ghana, our country will collapse if what happened in Italy and the US comes here. Shock absorbers of money, you need be. In this house, let's just compare ourselves to our peers. Cote d'Ivoire, they had lower infection rates, lower deaths. And so, in terms of figures, evidence, there you can say extrapolate that they manage it better than us.
And some days say, in a top of your mama, Obi, the kind of economy your mama ever saw mu as president in 2010. Now, between 2012, now inflation now about 8.8. 2013, your mama they call 13.5. 2014, or the inflation called 17. 2015, or the call 17.7. 2016, or the call 15.4. Whatever the case is, the inflation that your mama inherited in 2012 was between 8% to 9%. Ever since he became president, for each of the years that your Mahama was president, inflation got worse. Not a single time in Mahamad's presidency, not even 1 year in Mahamad's presidency, to me, the inflation ever under control. In fact, inflation climbed from single digits to 13.5 to 17 to 17.7 to 15.4. Bam, in the IMF. Not even a single moment in his life as a president can he put his chest out and say, Ghana for me bedi or man penny no. I didn't miss someone and I'm with the mammy and me ye be pay no. Me to be ye bibi papa ba ko pay. And based on that, no, into no motion so ye day enter Obama. Obi. So that GDP no normally ye can pesa ye day oil de no krabe day. Ebe kan hwe 2012 Ghana's GDP with oil was about 8.42%. Without oil was about 7.83%. 2012. And this is the economy. Your mama ebeji ya obey president. Nti me fa say 8.42, 7.83. 2013 or the cost 7.24 with oil, or the cost 6.69 without oil. Obi, 2 years down the line, just 2 years down the line of John Mahama becoming president. Now we're moving Ghana's GDP now. It was growing at 8.42%, or they call 2.86, 2.49 in 2014. 2.86 with oil, 2.49 without oil. In 2014, just 2 years. Just 2 years. 2015, a also take off him, equal 2.12, 2.13. Obi, throughout the month's period in office as president, the economy went into turbulence. This is a matter of fact too. Not a single indicator under John Mahama as president did we see any single improvement in our economy. It was as a result of shambolic management of the economy in a sikakwa on the better fuel, diesel, a good generator, a power electricity, American Union. Or most of you do. So let me tell you, when we were in opposition, we were constantly on record telling you, say, the crisis that we found ourselves in Ghana had nothing to do with capacity, any generation. It has never been. Because all they did was that Omokoman said just so eco-free generators. Are you now aware? Are you now aware? Power purchasing agreement, and you're free, eco-free. It was easy. They went out there during the crisis, told people, say, Munim, Yapekania, Mumesiba, Yabetua and Kakrakra. Obi almost see generators, baby power plants, baby across the country, and it was easy because they were not paying for it. To the extent that I do, baby, no Obi, now capacity no crowd, power plants no crowd, no power generator no crowd, broso.
Asempa FM. Chala yensu ano so de.
About to
Aida adwa asiedu 410.
Ono ayi pay no crowd no. Me who be that? O about to our Bia da. Let me oba no oba na head you say guy. Oba head we chia na ya. Oba no ayi pay. Baby oba no. Missy
About you say. Oh, Billy Poe.
Asempa FM.
No, crowd, dear. Okay, 12 years.
12 years, that's Obi. You want to come back? Do your presentation. Then one. Maybe you're bound to know.
I ain't so no. Shall I use one so dear?
I'm to 2 months.
I draw a seed do 410.
I know why you pay the crown. Me who be that? Oh, about to our Codivia. And I mean, Obanwa. Obanwa. No, Obama had to say guy. Obama had to watch Yania. Obanwa. I pay. Baby over there. Obama from Missy Maddy. Missy. About you say. Oh, Billy Poe.
Asempa FM.
No, crowd, dear. Okay, 12 years.
12 years, that's Obi. You want to come back? Do your presentation. Then one. Maybe you're bound to know. No, my good. No, no, what's you saying? No, Banwa. Maybe you're Banwa. Now, why can't you say Banwa? Platform of Obano mother. Who's your Banwa? Obano, you really come. Obano, you knew about Obano.
And I think San Newman Kitting Sona Nina Akabo.
Yes.
And then Ramitie Dr. Enin of Kofi Annan International Peace. And he made the point, say, a frustration, no, and Akikabo Mami.
But we have all contributed
to that. Enra, I had an engagement with some youth on Unim Clubhouse.
Yeah, Unim Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, today.
What's it mean Clubhouse? Sport baby, I joined a baby continent. And I know what's that? What's that? No, I joined a continent. Yeah. But what is that? Yeah.
A social media app.
Oh, the move because I'm going to wait for half an hour. Nobody can say, oh, Casama, because I'm a cousin, dear. I will not question about more to be now. Because he did was a club out. Wouldn't say technical tell you, Adimami, Guapayomuno, and a Kusifaka Kai, because Twitter education, Mediaco Bobby, the Binami. Wouldn't you cry a one who bram a bread, screenshot to grab a bram and bread with them. Was a club, my house. My medication, they're great man. Or there was no commute. No, my medication. The club has Maza, me ma fa woni club house. Who nim signal? Who nim telegram?
Me nim telegram.
Guy information dia ma me yeah. No. La guy just say ma bibi ya no. Say you try bring na bre me oh kwabena. Na dia pa.
Chairman, many popular request. Baby, say you end the interview with a prayer from you in Hebrew. Into fire area in 30 seconds. Me patch on.
Yah of Israel, Shamak Israel Yehovah, Elahenu Yehovah Ekat, we ahata et Yehovah, Elohika Bika Luvika, Uvika Naveshika, Uvika Miodika, Todi Yashach, Todi Yashach, Todi Yashach. Amen.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Asempa FM.
Asempa FM, Friday afternoon, live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. Ma yenamunyana sense to yet another exciting edition of our show, Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show, Ekosiisen live on Asempa FM. Meaning the Osei Bonsu from Yobi. 6:30 p.m. energy media eba ewiye enti yedagana fo nyina ase, and we appreciate you so much and thank you for making us number one. Just call a friend to tell another friend to tune in to 94.7. Taxi drivers amutie yedamu nyina ase mama kwaba, Uber drivers, Yango drivers, Shaxi drivers, Bolt drivers. Good afternoon to all of you. Passengers nyanso amutie yedamu nyina ase. Ebi awoti wa okemu eko lunch, and as wako lunch awie esen akọ office. Good afternoon to you. Mu amafa trotro Efri Kaneshi station eko Kaswa, Ufri Kaneshi bus cycle, Ufri cycle ba Accra Central. Baby awonem Kumasi for Takrade for Koforidia for Ho for Sunyane for amutie yen Kumasi Tamale. Damongo Axim Takwa Bibiani Seshiyo so Seshibekwai Etiamunina Mumunina Kwaba at the mobile Ekosiisen. So the whole Ghana is listening. Thank you. And Emunswa Muamanone Mutie Yedamunina Ase. On the over 125 radio stations afar Ekosiisen live Ewamanone including GL Radio Online in China, and then Golden Radio in Worcester, Massachusetts, Hope for Life Radio in Virginia, in the US of A, and a host of other radio stations over UK, Abawa Radio, Amansan Radio, Naspa Radio, Golden Beat Radio, and all the other radio stations. Yedamunyina Ase Emamakwaba, Edemoba Ekosiisen. Or second day Takrade High Aseda FM. Aseda FM. Echia Takrade fo nyina Sronko Emamunyina Kwaba. Mede di Osei Bonsu from Yobi production team near Dominic Kisi Aboa. Nana Chumberema Jackson Osei Ntiamoyo Ebenezer Tete Oman Hene Kwabena Sante and Ekria Boachiwa Iyadom. As you are aware, we do this every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And we have another interesting show coming up. We'll continue our review of the Mahamudu Bawumia speech. Na enra yene stakeholders be brain ID komo any because we have a few of them. I was saying anyone Kasaya. We'll bring you a conversation between the two communication directors of the two leading political parties. Isn't he? Sami Jemfi is the National Communications Officer. Edema.
Edema NDC Sanso and Richard Ahiagba, Director of Communications Edema NPP. At 4 p.m. in Penifomia will join me in the studios as we continue our review of the Bawumia speech. Ekosiisen. So to join us with your thoughts, your comments, your observations na yentie ones wadwenkyerɛ on all the major issues. And then so medemubeko United Kingdom, Aberdeen to be precise. Any Dr. Theo Achampong Aberdeen Komo. He is a policy risk analyst or science economist. Indeed, we'll pick his thoughts on the Bawumia speech. Yani Professor Ransford Jampo Ebedin Komo or the initial write-up about his views on the speech. Yani no Ebekasa. And then we talk to one or two other people and so Jumedi. So your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Mo sharing on YouTube live. Yeah, the munyana ase. And welcome. You know, or Facebook and so on. My Hene Kwabena Santi page on Facebook. Please like the page and watch our live stream. YouTube on Sono. Subscribe to our channel. Now, what me are sharing live. Into James Anieku says, good afternoon, Obi. Great work for Mother Ghana. Keep it up. I'm watching you live from the United Arab Emirates. Okay, Nana Kriya Moabuatin says happy birthday to Esther Nana Mensa, aka Queen Star, or Ministry of Finance. Do have a fantastic celebration. It in Esther Nana Mensa, baby Nafra Queen Star, or Ministry of Finance. Happy birthday to you. Adolphus Loco says, Obi, I love to hear you. You are a gem. Continue the good work from Mother Ghana. NDC in turmoil because of Bawumia. AC or Mitcham in the United Kingdom. Watching you live from Gaithersburg, Maryland. Eric Ofosu Edase Hayford Adebayo. Also, we should extend your sweet greetings to the most brilliant economist and the next president of Ghana. Okay. Thank you. Lizzie Yaboa. Shayen Beric Yaboa and so Dubai. Shayen Yadase Papa. Okay, let me see. Ernest Ajeman or Brescia in Italy also watching us. Emmanuel Asare Akoto or Staten Island or New York or Cheyenne or YouTube. Yadase Papa. Samson Opoko or Amsterdam or live in Amsterdam Ketri. Kojo Ponfosu says Bawumia is the man of destiny or Bronx in New York. Bernard Kofiamo or Coventry in the UK. Bernard Kofi Amo the Coventry so the minua nomne menam for Coventry echiamu nyina Bismarck and Chairman Ajekum and the rest of the team in Coventry. Good afternoon to all of you. James B. Apo or Lexington Avenue in New York. Also, my greetings to Signal Training School instructors and the commanding officer in Burma Camp, Martin Osei Kwabenya, Yadase Martin, Eunice and Koma, also Queens, New York, share live on YouTube. Yadase Papa, Ekosiisen Suni, Asempa FM. And round some Mobakaya. Yenya Dennis Miracles Abuaje Ewo Studio, our new executive secretary, Edema, the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization of the Cancer. I was answering Felix Kwachio Fusu on a NDC parliamentary candidate Abrasi Ibu Kwaman Kese or a aide to the former President John Mahama and our science former deputy communications minister on Cancer. In the debate, no one thing came up now about whether or not John Dramani Mahama and President Mills, not JMA Vice, was there an economic management team? Now on JMA chairman and now Sene Bibisa anyhow. Miracle's argument was what is on record, a statement issued by Mahama Yarega in 2009, which statement sought to communicate to the Ghanaian people. So President put it together an economic advisory council. As our council was chaired by Mr. Nankani. You know, into Miracle's argument is that is what is on record. I mean, and he also referenced Dr. Kwabena Dufo. Kwabena Dufo akasena EMTBA ni ho na John Mahama eche. Your friend is saying, there fellows kwacho for so ebe mo beka say as aid to Honorable Hannah Tete at the time, na Hannah Tete a trade and industry minister. On no okay so on the call some EMT meetings na President Mahama and na chair. What was missing was say proof in terms of say statement be and a letter be a chair say indeed. No, not this one. Not this one. Take this one off. Anyway. Ain't a letter na a chair say such a team existed. Ain't after the show Enra and Felix Kwachio Fosu and you know some of the social media communicators of the NDC issue a letter which letter sought to appoint someone onto the economic management team. And I will read for you that letter. And the letter no actually say indeed there was such a team as far as this letter is concerned, even though some portions of the letter now has portions have been redacted, and I say I blare some portions na who the but this is what the letter says. It's dated 23rd November 2010. When you say letter no hand timonfa eno ento so mo amhwe ye YouTube live and a Facebook live no mo be hu a copy of that letter in the office of the president, the Castle Osu Accra. 23rd November 2010. 23rd November 2010 is the date on this letter. So dear sir, appointment as member of the economic management team into bracket EMT. Osha letter so there is a stamp I just received. We a stamp near Ministry of Food and Agriculture Minister's Office. Into your master stamp also say received 26th. The letter is dated 23rd November 2010 but received stamp near 26th November 2010. Also pursuant to Article 77.2 and as part of steps to enhance the work of Cabinet, it has pleased His Excellency the President to appoint you as a member of the Economic Management Team, EMT, with effect from 1st June 2010. The Economic Management Team, EMT, will be chaired by His Excellency the Vice President and in the free end, honor air corner, all the other part in that paragraph no air redacted into Oma Blena who the and the third paragraph then so is redacted and who the then it takes you to the fourth paragraph which says it is anticipated that the EMT will meet at least once a month. 5 Neka say it is the hope of His Excellency the President that given your rich experience you will contribute your quota for the effective discharge of EMT's responsibilities. 6 Neka, please accept the congratulations of His Excellency the President. Yours sincerely, signed J.K. Bebako Mensa, Secretary to the President. Distribution no na jankofo omoma won copies no Mr. J.H.M. Newman, Chief of Staff. Dr. Kwabena Dufo, Minister for Finance and Economic Planning. Mr. Kwesi Ahoy, Minister for Food and Agriculture. Miss Hannah Tete, Minister for Trade and Industry. Dr. Joe Otin Eji, Minister for Energy. Mr. P.V. Obeng, Chairman, National Development Planning Commission, NDPC. Dr. Nimoy Thompson, Member, National Development Planning Commission, NDPC. Dr. Gobind Nankani, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council. Mr. Joel Hyde, Member, Economic Advisory Council. Dr. Cadman Mills, Member, Economic Advisory Council. Mr. Kwesi Mr. Arthur, Governor, Bank of Ghana. Mr. Ben C. Agan, Secretary to the Cabinet. And it's also copied to His Excellency, the Vice President. In the way,
any letter, Enra, Felix Kwachofosu personally forwarded this letter to me, and I'll sign to share on his Facebook page. And I forwarded the letter no at the Brem, and the accompanying message, and it said, incontrovertible proof of the existence of an EMT under Professor Mills, chaired by JM. This is the then Agric Minister's appointment letter to the EMT. Osei, the redacted part relates to their emolument in respect of their service on the EMT, and I do not have their permission to put that out, hence the reduction. Into any message accompany your friend is saying, letter we are Felix Kwachiofosu Ede Esendenti. That's where we are. I mean, I personally challenged Felix if there is any proof, any communication to the effect that there was an EMT. And this is it. I don't know the reactions of Miracles. We'll see if we can work the lines and get them back so we deal with this particular issue once and for all. Now, I settle the debate and then we get into some of the other issues. And the mention and so Emfa, that's where we are. But also, what drink try said the medical cano. Yeah, WhatsApp number ne 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Na yentie dia wonso wo ede emaye. Just come through with your messages, your comments, your observations. Na yenhwen twaso in the Kofi Ameyao of the MPP says, Obi, the letter you just read is fake. Kofi Ameyao didn't know say fake. Yeah, so anyways, in the Kofi Ameyao anyway, so be good afternoon. On the National Service Vision by Baumia, after Takrade Polytechnic, I got my first paid job through the National Service Scheme. I was posted to a secondary school and taught students from SHS 1 to 3. Upon completing, I was retained and appointed as the form master for Agric 3. As an NSS person then, my head of department and headmaster entrusted me with the introduction of 2 new subjects, graphic design and new media. Graphic design was formally accepted by GES and new media was informal. I gained a lot of experience through NSS, which I can say propelled a new level in my career. So why don't the Vice President think about modification of the National Service Scheme than to say it will not be compulsory for graduates upon completing your tertiary program? Is the Vice President aware that the scheme actually is part of the requirement for the award of your academic certificate? Without completing your national service, you will not be allowed to graduate. Another reason why NSS is an agency under the Ministry of Education until recent times that most universities are graduating their final year students who have not completed their national service. At Takrade Poly, we went to do our national service before going back to Takrade to graduate. NAPTEX denied some of our mates their certificate because they refused to do their national service. Some traveled abroad, though, after school. National service is actually part of the academic exercise in the awarding of tertiary academic certificates, which is compulsory. The VIP should redefine that portion of his vision of not making national service compulsory. Roland Jan Kwafu Jr. of Fanko Hills. Nidia or the Abre enono. Mamin Kwahumans many Professor Ransford Jampo any and common and twas a prof. Akwabe Ekosiisen Sony.
Yeah,
na apomu ye de.
Oh, no, not doing here, pa. Open na must say. Obi a voice, obi what your voice no cry.
But me just say, Enra, I read your initial write-up on the Baumia speech 3 days ago. Indeed, who admitted say you read the statement further and then you come back with a more detailed write-up. Yes. Initial reactions, no?
Oh, my boss, I mean, program be as na we have many antenna is a media but I think generally, Dr. Baumia as at their presentation and also address or presently now, if the overarching theme was digitization. Now, you can't digitization and the manifestations now a doso and unqua betumi aka ho asem say umma obi kwan say onka digitization nyema betumi aye ede impuntu aba oman bi mu a now man one day crowd betumi the aka nti I was not surprised say you were Baumia or spend a lot of time asema or can be bia ni na ba or digitization hobby na or the akofo for and then for and the chair say digitization and its manifestation or its contribution to a nation's effort to bring about development enormous edoso and to benya bibiri aka na enti ehodo de me say na nsɛm no can say through digitization yenya no efa no ye niema me say yehu it's just that ibinum wo hɔ we will have to fact check it kakra to be sure say especially drone delivery service na all comedy no question media me hu be me kase the fact that I have not seen it no does not mean it doesn't exist but send me kase me say the whole world cry na drone delivery service me some of the things some of the output of digitization and all kind of no it be over na me for say as I say your fact check am sure it is so why it's palpable it's a address system and I say for NI4 card obo what card eto na your body and I would card yes can all information about you eba any nyama bebre na or can I na na a hard drink akra say it appears to say apart from Baumiano party no into me and communicate about digitization and it has to take the man himself to be able to communicate the manifestations and achievements about digitization and who said it means that the party itself has no grasp over digitization or the party itself over the years has been incompetent in understanding the rudiments and dogmas of digitization for the purpose of effective communication, to the public. Won't mean it. Inti se china nyanga ba wo bi nwa why na beka digitization on asem. Inti se an mo beko no dia na se de bia no ade se ba omia or no akofa digitization ba no na beka na asem dia then it's going to be a difficult uphill task for him. Because on pe enoti ase no no pe no tumi kan wasem emwa ebema na edwuma na oye no ayede but beyond that as I say in a developing country like Ghana digitization now so it is not the sine qua non to our quest to fight the quagmires of poverty and underdevelopment tina me nyaya nanka obema na ho odin akọ the issue about good governance so obeka wansem de na obeka ye leakages and slippages no wansem de kwa be first we see ano afi obeka leadership by example obekire say obeta chen the belt ye pa so ne be ya echina kase ye nyina ye no nsu entwe opa betumi am na me for say bosu and other key important national issues and governance governance issues especially na metis or kind natural resource on one semon na nka bibia menim se nkobeka and then they any sa sika nkete na yen natural resources are ye na yenye tumu na abontin so for foreigners abefa yenye sika nyina komeka se nkobeka wasem so that ye be ye mbra for to be able to renegotiate natural resources agreement oko gai bra na Gaddafi ti ase no oko wa obetu no oil o se oil no utu a 70% ye Libya dia 30% ye wodia o mpe akọ ade ye hu se wo form no ye nkoyan betu ya de na ye tu ye oil a ne ye se omko ye ma ye 13% ye betu ade ye friend say lithium mikromi che mediocrity and mediocre mindset nti ye say 10% I don't know na you too good 5% royalties spend on mutia into a 10% dia ye mo nsema ye ho oman a yentumi entenase na yen keri ye ho na yen to me and going to interrogate and to question the status quo. And your mind being Yako school akwa constitution nyamanim dia ne ayibe so ya na mediocrity tell me ka se me twense bia e baba omi abeka sesa contract ni nyina ne be ya mrafoforo a ye be renegotiate ne be ya oman no sikasem e be ko no kwasem sa ya natural resource agreement ni sika enye free mo no so ye to me renegotiate a enyama bebre taxes ni na for edi ku omanfo ko mu ade bia na won wa kire omo no anka ni nyina enye de emba wantumi wanka ho no na I was a bit disappointed say in some bebre nso a okan ye no ye mu binom na ye fo say or indicted the government to which he belongs and offense were vindicated most who have been critics of this government. How do you say, sir, you are going to downsize your government to not more than 50 ministers? A government, ministers, a year over 100, over be reduced to 50. Okasa, 2 things. Number one, you indict the government. Number two, vindicate some of us who have been calling for the need for the size of government to be reduced. Ye can't say na party for tofewa for penny for be count, and so my question to tofewa for kutupa. O munquanam go dio matem. Intia na, you about me say or no bed downsize no. A 10 year for no. O my woman has penny for a betun qualafo. Now, o much me who pay and then mum penny for two qualafo say, Munconco did him for it's so much atemono. It says I want attend the dear for no. Or maybe you about me atemana. I am bisa. Number two, they say nuisance taxes. I say about abolish it. A friend say VAT on electricity consumption, emission tax, gaming tax. Some of us have described these things as nuisance taxes. And we share nuisance taxes. And no count now. Giving a support to MPP, but now will pay to me in 2016. And so one buy no can nuisance taxes once. What is a labor unions? TUC. So may or yet maybe somewhere next week about VAT on electricity consumption. You were about me oba obey we know in ACO. Again, it's indicting on the government to which he belongs to, and then also it vindicates. Yaka wants a say, oh, Sana, Yakana, if you wish it, say, Omungodi, Yatano, Sana, Yakano, Oyampa. It may say a 10-year for no, they should turn their loud mouth and insulting mouth within their own party. That's what more 10 years, and you won't leave out me at the moment. Not then any more 18. That hypocrisy now a day boo minor, and to me, a more minor in your day, and ye, say, and then in Myanmar, ye SSN and Neno, ye Pessia China. In Myanmar, a war, as ye between man and Neno, and then as I say, ye Pessia China. Asim, Myanmar, you about Miakano, very great interventions, great prescriptions. May I say, a idea, a na adan ye pese twen na chena na yentumi nya nende si ye pese abolish nuisance taxes na adan ye nka ne nya nende si ye pese downsize ya adan na enle ye yi ministers ni bi omadibi omaye ni ombeso omoye won a ye incompetent ontumi anya hwe na nso ya guarantee om secure mo job for the past 8 years ni omadibi omonko na nka ye ntiso na nka nye less than 50 ana yentumi nya nende ni ye twa chena. Is it because you rano and ya or no and now or yet in charge in Tia? Even though people have taken issues with the fact that he's a vice president and they claim that or a vice president on to me only the one who is really in charge, you know. I to some extent I thought be a to some extent, but to me I can say even though I so take it blame or no. You can also give a certain excuse. Now, me general secretary for UTAG. Now, me met me aye. Now, me be a president. So, meaning me met me aye. But say Sadia. Met is a common. So it's more than. Say I'm part. Say near. As I say, or ye and then or say a china. Yes or no bands. Bit me idea. Now, come on. And this is wicked. come on here wiki they just said this and yet there was absolutely no basis for the 170 questions sir. Yeah, the postuma you were in Misa Ata. Me did say ni na tete na monocram or yeah basa. It's say although sooner he was not the one in charge. Although sooner maybe I know a meet. And so I don't meet you post 170 questions a man. Now so and then you can't say or you meet and not say for them say you could be or cram maybe there can be a man so if I had a response the damn day uncle for a cassette, but I still stand by those response. Nadia regret it, but I cry every time. To me, cassette will be there and on your in charge. Now, so Prana will be so what the same position on where near final 170 questions. Did you say, and yet and dry and necessary, yeah, and yet what is right, near yen, near I and yet you can't answer. I say finally, and say, what can some more kind boomwa a some papa? They are great interventions. Now, one a year contenders, Yerajo Mahama, on also a great policy prescriptions. You were at Alan Shermantin, on also a great policy prescriptions. One a business person become almost so near my papa, almost or more de Ebeboa or mine. But the history of the Fourth Republic and the Yankasa, ye empirical survey data, it shows say, it do be in near my papa, ye be eti abwa or maya, ye de Yanokano. Ghanaians are no longer interested in them. And until and obi kopre parliamentary seater. Voters catch and say my endada idiane ende near wo kasa wo be ya maye yen jindi enti near be ya be nyan fama ende ya enti the conduct or the contest in 2024 no it is not going to be about the flowery and good things ya can so I ni mo say yen to me obi ya pese you develop wa wo ma yen serious kaka. Sure. Say openi bi e pepetu mi. No say media me to me na. Mom meye e kwan. Me kwan ya be na ye concrete. Asphalted concrete na say for. Meye eno na me make sure say your hospitals enye there straps. If ya mama mo quality education me nsa. Me ya boot me out. O ye no ye ya na say okwa. Obi nsusu beba. Obi nsu ba ne bi obeye me nsa nine or yeah with the soul and heart in it no so call obi nsu ba ne bi obeye me nsa ne nine ono so ya no e di no ko se sanye beti chiro man na nka by this time ankuako enim nanso for chemba obema promises be 100 nanso onim se ne obetumi aye no aye ne be me nsa pe no amman 100 nka ni nyina okọ construct road na ade bechi no na road na traffic adebechi na emututu na sefo sa niema na ye di bu oman no emfa so onye den embre okay and then to make the point again na me here earlier no say oman for so are no longer interested in the plenty things that everybody is talking about may people are not interested in it because they know so want to mean they know first no over level 100 yet derogatory conceptions about politics are one of the things that we try to disabuse the minds of people, students, is that politics is a game of deceit and lies. We try to explain, say, and this now, so the conduct of our politicians are they be a hope to me, or mama, sir, a humana, class, my thing. And it says, politics is not a game of lies and deceit. Almost what? Then you no ma promise we so be and never cry a cow. Only power ma promise no crowd who be son of corner kind to why our promise. And that's for people are no longer interested in the plenty promises. To say near amount for bession so at the Atuabano, a side by side comparison of achievement and track record, side by side comparison of integrity, side by side comparison of who is trustworthy, who is believable, and who can do the work. And no, and a be determined where any to me a beshenansa. Nanya promises bebree that politicians epe to mintino wombeka na say betumi ya comparison year at the end of the day no dear near okom edia ne omen near dear
but prof on the bit about what you believe say amount for beshe so the atuaba is it the result of a scientific survey and as a wow observation how do you make it
there are so okay. There are several empirical surveys that tells you that people are disappointed in the kinds of things that people see in the lead up to elections, and people do not trust say or can't obey. And you know, on about campaign rally aseno, and then you will cancel obey no and na OT. No mum jamana or koshe keep fit exercise na or koye. Yede na or koye na shikana titru yede be mano no. And nuna inti na oko ade ni aje. And then the kinds of things that you are saying so obey no inti na ni aje. Inti no the numerous promises and empirical study surveys and they are not the kinds of things that shape voter behavior. Now, what is going to shape voter behavior? Near your trust, near belief, near integrity, no competence, near or what track record. And you know, you about me, senior or Kasa, why ye be 1 year no digitization, why vice president, you Ramahama, almost 1 year president. You the friend is saying, Alan Chairman, why minister, Kufua Press, why minister, President Akufo-Addo Abrsoda. Sanko for me and saying, cry, Ghana for Ediomusi in saying, yes, you're sure my track record, you're sure of my competence, you're sure of my believability, you're sure of my trustworthiness, you're sure way side by side comparison. Now, Ghana for say, yes, Anna, we in a young farmer. For me, so long as the campaign is going to be dominated or is going to be driven by issues and not insults, and not any security and not say many better because at the end of the day, the best person we met to help Ghana.
I don't know if this part of the speech would satisfy or curiosity on the natural resource issues now we raise and the paragraph 145 of his speech says, however, given the large amount of gold reserves Ghana has, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Ghana has 7 large gold belts stretching from Axim to Winneba to Nangodi and Laura. According to the Geological Survey Department, the belts cover an area of 43,000 square kilometers, with about 50% not explored yet. The conservative estimate is that the potential quantum of gold in these unexplored belts is about 5 billion ounces. This has a market value of $10 trillion. My government will engage exploration experts from the universities and geological institutions to assist in exploring our 7 gold belts. However, even if only 5% of this 5 billion ounce estimate materializes, it will be a game changer for Ghana. And he makes the point further, sir, my government will provide a geological survey department and our universities with resources annually to undertake a mapping of areas where we have gold reserves. As a matter of policy, we will legislate that concessions in these areas with proven reserves will be 100% Ghanaian owned. Since with proven gold reserves, we can easily raise the capital required and hire the expertise required. And this should be in sync with what you think should happen, no?
Well, if it's going to be 100% Ghanaian owner, yeah. Na SSC bisa say kaneno Anglo Gold no ase for you na Ghana for dia na Ghana for Ghana shares e wo mu na e so pa na se for e ba na say na shares e wo na atonton na fe near omodemai isa. We should be able to find responses to some of these challenges and address them so that we shouldn't be talking about 100% Ghanaian owned gold mines or black and there are reasons why you to me unshare Yankasa concession and I say your shares are now one or so. If you address those concerns now, I think we may be making giant strides in our effort to ensure that we get more from the exploration and production of our natural resources. But like I said, any kind of be
very well. Prof, Mama Yanasi and him say, oh, meetings be the way. Repam the best answer in Comobio. Why? Yeah, that's a Professor Ransford Jumpo, a senior science lecturer at University of Ghana. Yegusu Edin Komo, we are reviewing the Baumia Speaks event and the speech itself. Vice President vision for the Ghanaian people. But Izwe ewa asem de ema yenyina Izwe se mo amope the best returns on your investment. Omo the product be by a friend iVest a secured fixed term investment from Izwe. I amount so much more secured fixed term investment with a minimum of 5,000 Ghana cedis, no? When you save that with us over a period of 3 months, usika bebre. You can also increase your earnings by investing over a maximum period of 12 months. In this hour, I'm now discounted to need 12 months. Usika bebre. Times are hard, so invest right in here. Open an iVest account today and invest your way to massive wealth. iVest. Real value for real people. Only Izwe Ninkomo. Your number is 0596 914 843. 0596 914 843. Or bet me a test iVest, IVEST. Now they are called 4993 to get started. Izwe, your trusted financial solutions partner. Izwe is a member of the Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation. Enti omo bom homo den papa we ye secured fixed term investment. Izwe says ukra 5,000 Ghana cedis in poa. O de fabetuo say o abutre na obetimi de atoa for the maximum period of 12 months. So doso usika ebeba so no sin kroi se wuni abotre kran se wo de opese wo de tour for 3 months impa usika bebre mu mi na yen hye nso, and let's do business with Izwe na omuntimi MYN Ekosiisen high Asempa FM. I've gotten many messages for more mutie, but there is this good news and so Ghana Post say and Ghana for am pesa mo sending you ma kwama mu nua no mo namfo for mo maame no mo papa no ewa amanone. There is an opportunity for you, and you don't have to stress. Na afi na wo pa man for che say wo bag na kwan da so a Gemini ma nhim kakra ma me ne ade etwem. Fa wo nneoma ni nyina akọ Ghana Post branch bi ben Ghana Post ankasa the Ghana Post parcel EMS service aba. A fast, a affordable, a reliable, and found new episode the Quaman on it. Say a year gun in Niane, and nam de Yahoo, Kutuji, Bayere Bordier, Nwa, you know, Bushmeat, and the Akahun, now bit me at the Ako. Say a year, a yinswa, a friend is saying, in Taria, Kagan and Taria Bibre, Ubioha Kente, Batakari, Obeso Dinina, a Quaman on air, or the Ghana Post branch be our Ombeje. Ede ako amount mumi nyina yen hye nso na yede Ghana Post enidwa omo number is 0542 527004 0542 527004. Me kwa homan so yenko United Kingdom, Scotland to be precise. Dr. Theo Achampo ewa homan so doc akwa be Ekosiisen so ni
me Joseph Minia net say
ya me adome ho ya na so fantastic. Me just as you always do, what Jemre etimitie Vice President Baumia and leader of the NPP ni speech no ebi 3 days ago. Now u take out from the out here na u take out here then.
Me speech, you know. In fact, there were a number of things I okay, and later no. I had a chance to also read document and a 7 to 3 page document and issue. You know. In some sense, you know, he talks about a year party record of economic management and his role in some of the initiatives, particularly things like the digitalization idea. That he was part of, like pushing. Of course, he also, in my view, didn't shy away from acknowledging some of the economic difficulties. My only concern then was about this whole Russia, Ukraine, and COVID, which the data and some of us have indicated that it cannot be true that everything that happened from 2020 to 2022 is predominantly due to Russia, Ukraine, because there are other countries within our region and other emerging countries that faced the same shocks. But the problem is that we had an underlying ailment. It basically affected the country and took us, let's call it, unawares. Those were some of the much more structural issues nowhere near there. So that's one part. Then I think he went on to chart his vision for the country. And he made, I remember on paragraph 108, this analogy, say, a driver mate. And I'm sure, say, in the last few days, you've seen a lot of debate and public commentary around what that means, and constitutionally, the fact that the executive authority of the state rests with the president, pretty much full stop. But going forward, on his vision and what he now seeks to do going forward, I think this is where there are a lot of really interesting things Papano he talks about the can-do spirit of the Ghanaian, and then in terms of specifics, I think he outlined 15 or so intervention areas, and then for each of area, there are some initiatives under each of them. If Ghanaians give him the opportunity and a chance now, or obey. My commentary on that one, and it's in fact, as a country, Obi, our problem is not what to do. You can take Baumia 15 intervention areas away, and you can almost find similar things with what Alan has proposed with his great transformational plan. So, for example, Ufa Bibiti say industrialization. Baumia talks about supporting areas, Bibiti say agro processing, cocoa, cashew nuts, tree crops, salt, good mining. He talks about car manufacturing, auto assembly near there. It is very similar to what Alan is also proposing. Uti near Mahamaso Aka Nasenya on some of the campaign trail, and even go back to look at party manifestos as far back as 1996 and 2000 between the NDC and the MPP. Similar things have been said. In fact, I can even take you all the way back to the colonial era. There were documents in here, you can see from Kwame Nkrumah time, right? And during the Gordgesberg time, they need to diversify the economy. Into those things, I think, across the board, we all agree, something has to change. It's then the question of some of the specifics around which that change would happen. And this is where I think some of the things that Baumia some of them are also a bit sort of new. So, for example, he talks about making Ghana the digital hub. I know, there's been some push or initiative around that for the last couple of years, and in fact, that one didn't even start with the MPP. You can go back from NDC for time, National Fiber Backbone, and all of those projects. But the idea is that government is a continuum. So you take and you drive some of those initiatives, forward. But the idea of, for example, using STEM, right? Robotics, artificial intelligence to drive agriculture, any healthcare, any education, manufacturing, it's something that for me I'm wholeheartedly for. And it's something we've got to push very strongly on that. Secondly, national open university, right?
Yes.
Which will focus on tech and vocational skills training. I also think it's an extremely important thing. But it has to be connected to something. And that something really is, where do we want to get to as a people and as a country? And this is where the National Development Plan, in my view, becomes extremely imperative, right, going forward. Because part of the challenge will be, right?
Yeah.
But so I think the immediate priority for me, regardless of even who comes, right, is this constitutional review, any national development plan, where Baumia talks about amending Article 87 of 1992 Constitution, together with the NDP4 Act, Act 479, and basically, in your person, say, Opa Party Bia Manifesto, now offer economic and social policies of the government. That's also mandated by the Constitution. We need to agree on a framework and say, for the next 10, 15 years, as a country, this is where we want to go.
Yeah.
These are the broad areas we want to. Until be a manifesto, you are then deriving that from, I think, a very, very, very important for us going forward. Papana a bit about maximizing the benefits from natural resources.
Sure.
Gold, any oil, any new one, that is a lithium. Specifically, within that, he talks about the Mineral Development Bank. I don't know, in my view, I'm not too sure about how that would work or support the agenda. I think says Development Bank of Ghana already IAT. If anything, let's support that and support the other financial institutions to be able to provide liquidity support. I'm not too sure setting up a new development bank just focusing on mining would necessarily do the job. Okay, I say we've had Bank of Housing and Construction, or Maimuda. Yeah, we've had a national NIB, Agri ADB. But if you look at the evidence across the board, they have not been able to really, support or drive the needed, transformation in, for example, agri sector, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, sir, that is necessarily the way to go. And last one, an area that I have worked on myself for a while, the last 10 years, a year on my power sector, electricity.
Sure.
Without electricity, you can't do anything, right? We've had instances of a year Dumsoni, Adieni, more contractor, yes, but there's one thing there that for me struck me, and I think it's quite bold. He wants to introduce or say 2,000 megawatts of solar power.
Yeah.
Now, we share on my
additional wind power. So.
Yeah,
wind power. So.
If you share electricity total now, generation capacity around 5,000 megawatts.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It is Osei within his term of office, obey the 2,000 bekawa. For 2,000 now divided by 5,000 now. That is almost 40% of the existing electricity base coming from solar power. And for me, I think it is instructive and it's important because it will allow us to reduce the cost of power. Fact is near even households have been complaining about electricity price.
Yeah.
I say buying the 15% VAT near the Kawa is hard to backtrack. But I think if we are able to do that, of course, engineers near the technical studies near there. But even if we're able to do 300 to 500 megawatts of solar onto our electricity grid, using BB to say BB competitive auctions. Inti and normal one now be to me by IPP no abe sign a contract ni we know because we be funny bid embra, and then the lowest bid with the best technical parameters will win. We have seen this one work in other jurisdictions, in Tufa, Zambia, Ofa, South Africa. REIP, Renewable Energy Investment Program, Ofa, United Arab Emirates. They have all been able to use this idea of competitive bidding for renewable energy, particularly solar, to bring down the cost of power and to support industry. And I think it's something that is really worthy or struck me as instructive in near Papaneka.
Yeah, but some have said the cost of putting together that solar infrastructure, NABR wind, as against putting together a thermal plant. Ube here gas and I say HFO and I say any of those fuels to power. Which one is more expensive?
Oh, Sisiano, we share globally. 10 years ago, you would have said a thermal power, the gas anywhere near then would have been more cheaper than a solar. But in fact, we share data in the last 10 years, deploying your friendly utility scale solar, it's actually cost competitive and in some instances even cheaper than doing thermal power. We share your electricity mix here now as a country, almost 70% if we thermal until you get the gas, they generate electricity, and now another 29-28% if we hydro into electricity, right? But because you are doing 70% of electricity, as thermal, and these are all these IPPs, you have your capacity charges near home about the last few years near the they've actually ended up pushing up the cost of power very, very high. Number two, so renewable anywhere near there, it also helps you to reduce our emissions, right?
Yeah.
Into a climate change anywhere near there, but and don't put any problem too much. My problem is you bit me bring down the cost of power so that companies, households, industries can produce and we can use some locally or Ghana and export the rest to Africa and the world and thereafter. And it's very important for me. And I think the 2,000 megawatts if we can even do a quarter of that, 500 megawatts, that would be a big game changer.
A big game changer, very well. The other thing, the credit. It was developing a credit system for Ghana, and I remember in one of his rounds, Omeki, and this promise in one of the speeches some time ago, generating a huge debate. Now, officially, I remember, and I think we are supposed to be crowd on there. Now, officially, it is part of his policies and as a vision for this country. Understanding of what he said,
Oh, this was a few months ago. Now, there is no individual credit scoring system. Until UK, Britannia, and to say via Koto car, and also even a dime mortgage near there. More information, no one for computer, and so put that information in. It will use will address your payment history into your financial history. Even school near to then generate or calculate a score. Score indicates your as a kind of likelihood of defaulting on the loan now on the Bema. Yes. The higher it is, the good will score is, and then therefore the likelihood say this as you can a Bema. Papa no can say a be in Ghana. This was a few months ago, and I even initially came out to say na but on further checks, it became obvious to me. Say there is something within the system. There is some form of credit scoring.
Okay.
But it's not perfect as one would say.
Okay.
And it doesn't, of course, capture the broad segment of population where you have a large informal sector near there. And what he wants to do now is basically to use maybe to say Ghana card registry information and other birth and death and other information to be able to get an improved score or scoring system that then allows a lot more Ghanaians access to financial services. Because already now financial inclusion it has improved, and you can look at the data the last few years. You can see year on year that improvement. But the next phase of financial inclusion is basically helping households to build wealth. And I think one of the key things when it comes to wealth creation at the household is the ability to own your own house, right, or home. Into to say a mortgage market, you need such an information and such a system. And this allows me to talk about one last one. So, housing a plan that they want to support with a housing to help reduce the cost of living.
Yes.
Specifically, I'll say quote and unquote housing for all a policy. And he made reference to a Singapore model.
Yes.
And how they were able to provide a public housing. I think that before I ever hear let's go back a bit. We've had the Sanglemi and other schemes that every government, at least like as far as I recall from Rawlings' time, has tried to do some form of housing or the other. Until there were all these snake estates down to where I grew up. There was snake and other things.
Sure.
The challenge for me has been a coordination problem and allowing the private sector to deliver that with the support of the government. I'm saying to the politics near then too much for something as important as this. We should be able to support and provide adequate housing. There's a deficit of over 1 million houses in the country.
Yes.
What I'm expecting further for Baumia and even Mahama and other candidates, to flesh out a bit more is how are we going to specifically reduce that deficit year 1, year 2, year 3. So be balance of year in my 4 years, every year I'm going to deliver 100,000 housing units across the length and breadth of the country. Then that becomes actually an anchor for industrialization. So let me explain. What then happens is that yes. To say India, to say carpenters, masons and all those people, they all have to be local, and we have to enforce that, right? So with one policy such as housing, you can actually build the interconnections to other areas where you are addressing the spatial economic divide within the country. And that's where I think some more detail around that is needed. But in terms of intent and what the man says, I think largely everybody agrees some form of public housing is needed. The question becomes at what cost and who does it? And in a way that is systematic and aligned with our broader special development plan. And only here,
yeah. And one final thing on proposals for tax reforms into this issue of a flat rate tax. And even the airport and so duties a flat rate, say 20-footer container, 40-footer container, and we would align our port duties to that of Lome and all of that. And he spent quite a time on tax reforms. So what kind with knowledge in that sector it was saying, are these feasible plans?
Oh, in fact, many of them are very feasible. You see, sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot as a country. Very complicated and convoluted. And at the end of the day, the more complicated your tax system is, the easier it is for people to collude and to evade that tax. Indeed, there is something in tax policy we call the simplicity of the tax design, and number two, administrative efficiency. You fact to say GRA any other people that Omoji Tony Adena, how well are they set up in terms of structures, computer, software, Nissan Yamanamana Mode, Ejumano, to be able to capture those that are paying properly, and even those that are not yet in the tax net, to rope them in within that. Into bringing in a simple regime, or say, offer to say SMEs, small and medium scale enterprises.
Yes.
To say be a more yet spare parts near the remember which here I say flat tax.
Sure.
Same thing for individuals, and then there are some exemptions near the I think that is the way to go. In fact, we share 2023 and 2024 budget. There's an attempt to do something like that, and I'm sure if you go back to other budgets, even probably within the NDC administration, you put something similar, but it's not been consistent, and that's part of the problem. Idea bakwa, it will be within a year or two, then we just go back, change it until the impact of those policies, it even becomes difficult to do.
Yeah.
But we need simplicity in tax administration, and be able to simplify that, whether a corporate income tax and as a VAT, using some of the digital tools near there is something that should be welcome. And then, of course, related to that is the elimination of 15% VAT on electricity,
sure.
Emission tax, tax near there. I mean, I get that, but I think what the man could have also done with Ghanaians is to, when the debate came, what were his views on this hitherto? Let me say, a lot of Ghanaians did not hear Papa Nono views or perspectives on these critical tax reform or issues. To say, right? Only omoye close to him, sources now, they go, okay, the man was not in favor. There's even a public tip, right, of him before he levy saying things like that is going to kill the fintech ecosystem and reduce innovation. This is public knowledge.
Sure.
Okay, I think the challenge for, or part of the challenge for Dr. Baumian is, okay, you have all these ideas, we agree, but in many citizens' mind, they're also trying to compare and contrast with the record of the party of which he was, a member of. So to that extent, the issue of trust and some will call it credibility also becomes extremely important in this election, going forward. It's not just going to be about, policies and policy intents, because like I already told you, we'll share what to do. In fact, you will see similarities and a lot of them between the proposals from all the different political parties. But it's a question of who do we as citizens collectively trust to drive the agenda and to take us on the next phase of our developmental journey. And that's where there might be some one or two issues.
And what he sought to do with this speech, because I remember at a point he made the point, in government, monetary policy is handled by the Bank of Ghana and the governor of that bank. Fiscal policy, the Ministry of Finance, and as vice president, was assigned to drive the digital aspect of this whole thing. And he took time to enumerate the achievement based on a Juma Omanpenyi Ede Eman. Do you think, Ghanaians should begin to judge him by the outcomes of what he was assigned to do? And I say the general economic issues, and I was here a judge. Where do you stand on that debate?
I think that will be a yes or no. So yes, Ghanaians have to judge him by Ejuma Yaman and so on, right? But the challenge or problem is that before Onipano Babe a year or an answer Ejuma, they had created also a certain narrative. What I said,
yes,
and the narrative was that Yababe reforms, near there. And even when they were still in government, which they still are, right? The idea was also created, EMT, Economic Management Team, although constitutionally there's even nothing like that, was, like this super body that was doing all the hard work and the thinking and the reforms that are needed, even more so than even cabinet, which constitutionally, right, is recognized. The problem is how to square these two issues. The fact that yes, he was given a digital agenda to drive. Ministry of Finance was dealing with the fiscal and the tax issues. Bank of Ghana monetary policy way near there, and maybe he did not have as much room or leverage to influence or advocate on those things. Fine, but squaring it up against that narrative and the rhetoric, right, and the perception that had been created is where some of those difficulties lie.
Yeah, I get you, Theo. And the conversation is still on. BBN, why? Dr. Theo Echampong, economist, in fact, with specialty in petroleum issues, into petroleum economics, and also a political risk analyst or a lecturer at the University of Dundee in Scotland, and Motesi ED and Komo Ekosiisen Suni Asempa 94.7 FM and said American can at 4 p.m. Lawyer Sami Jemfi, National Communications Officer of the NDC, and Richard Ahiagba, Communications Director of the NPP, will join us in studio. Yasha said, go about him say, next week, a Val's Day. I think it's on Wednesday, right? Val's Day Wednesday, next week Wednesday, Val's Day. Muamate Aqua Safari Resort. Aqua Safari, where you brutal. Wow, I call her Danunim. The making her papa Ubusa Dominic or Becca or Taiko Hopa into Aqua Safari Resort. Now, Omo, special 2024 Valentine package. And to get closer to nature this Valentine and celebrate your love at Aqua Safari Resort. Now, it could be you and your loved one seated with candles lit, champagne in ice bucket, and waiters at your beckoning with a thrilling view of nature as a backdrop. Your possibility of experiences are endless at the Aqua Safari Resort. Into Ukohwa, Aqua Safari, Volta, lake no da ho baby kama ekoye papa akwa safari Charlie to utinsuo na no pa na ya set dinner table ama one wodofo your package would include dinner for two on the island, fresh coconut and juices upon arrival to the island, musical performance by Oura Sax and Calvin the violinist, and you would dinner on the island with sparkling wine, red velvet room set up for the night, breakfast in the morning. This package is valid from the 14th to the 17th of February 2024. Aqua Safari Resort is also giving you an amazing 15% off all room bookings from the 12th to the 18th of February. So what person will book na oko experience Val's Day ewo Aqua Safari, and everything I spoke about, I mean the package and what is in there. Me pacho one Aqua Safari ni nko mo numbers na emienu fa pen netro 0540 110 193 0540 110 193, and menu anoma mema mu tie me mu amaware eye ni de bia akosua fafufuo siso na ye abenkwan ne nkatenkwan ma me wo fie no eye Vals Day we de fa oyere pie mu nko Aqua Safari na package ya maka ho asem Charlie, it doesn't get any better than this. A born and so for it require we show kakra spice up your love life, na BB intimate number ni bi 0540 110 193 0540 110 193 and a 0540 110 195 0540 110 195. T's and C's apply. And the Aqua Safari Hong Kong and the edition way a Valentine 2024 package. Amazing stuff. And Ebekoso Aqua Safari. Me kwa homano so Angel Kabonu a president Edema Nagrat. Sir, in the vice president statement, there were some issues about that on education, but even before we get there, when him said the intended demonstration over 15% VAT on electricity, the say unions not suspended. Adentia ora kabono akwa ba ekosi sen so ni
yenia odi
afisia pa adom afisia pa fi yen kasai
baby bibia boko de
ya me adom me ho ye papa
papa me catch us a yen Roman 4 de
yes
14 February no yes start Lent and the yen to me pien fa obi anko Valentine because the Lenten fasting started on the 14th of February.
And yes, excuse. Lent is not against you spicing up your marriage. What do you call Aqua Safari? I mean, you say Lent 8 years.
No, Lent, no, I say we are fasting. Now sacrificing. Now prepare 40 days towards the Easter. So, nyamabia we di jiweni no, I say we jai.
Untiminye. In wama years why aware or no aware.
Me yanka Roman or no see a Roman.
Oh, okay. Okay. And the why you lucky. But I know we have a Roman.
Yeah, that's on the lighter side.
Yeah, I get you.
Yes.
But again, I mean, Matisse, the demonstration has been suspended.
Yes, the government sent a letter yesterday suspending the directive that it gave to ECG and NEDCO.
Yes.
So because of that, the leadership of organized labor met today at 11 o'clock and also decided to suspend the intended demonstration in the 10 regions.
Oh, that's the way no mon cancel it, must suspend it.
Government also suspended and CNC have suspended.
And the pendant say be that chibina say abayan I just saw sign the ababio, then you also get back on the streets, right?
Absolutely right.
Yeah, it's true. But the other thing they say I know so we are in a campaign season and more am I a teacher for no a teacher for one very critical stakeholder in our national development. Indeed, anything our politicians are promising they are no more teacher for more interest
Absolutely.
Yes, as a union leader no ultimately Dr. Mahmoud Baumia speech nibi.
Oh yes, I did.
Okay.
I did. I'm very interested in what the politicians say.
Yeah.
And one thing that concerns me, I mean, in the first place, let me just say that the flag bearer of the NPP, who is the leader of the New Patriotic Party,
yes,
the party that Ken Ofori-Atta belongs, indicated in his presentation that should he become president, he will scrap the e-levy.
Yes.
The flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, also indicated that he will scrap the VAT on electricity. So, if both parties are condemning VAT on electricity, even if Ken Ofori-Atta or the Ministry of Finance pursues it, that VAT on electricity will have only 10 months lifespan.
Yeah.
Because they have all pledged that they are going to abolish it.
Sure.
So it is dead on arrival.
Yeah.
Because it is very unpopular in the eyes of all the politicians. So we are not surprised that the government suspended it.
Yeah, that's
on the issue of what Baumia said that concern education,
yes,
I had issues to do with his agenda to pursue TVET education, science and technology, and he mentioned specifically robotics.
Yeah, robotics.
Yes. The way to go to in the future is science, technological, technical, vocational education. That is what will lift this country out of the quagmire.
Yes.
When the government was coming up with the new education reform, there was a position Nagrat espoused. Our position was that because of the importance of technical vocational education.
Angel, okay.
Yes. And I mean, can't cry. Vocational technical education,
yes.
You can say, Mumayanya comprehensive education, where every secondary school will have all the various departments to pursue education. Now, you can be because say, if the 60 top senior high school, in fact, Wesley Girls, in Fansepem, Buri, Prempe, and Inu. If you have technical vocational education in these schools, these are the schools the rich men in our society want their children to go. Some of them are more interested in the name of the school attaching to their children than the programs that they pursue. By so doing, you would have been solving the deficit of the vocational technical needs of our country. So, any government coming to pursue this aspect of education, we are very happy about that.
Yeah. And the other thing, they promise to also improve and continue with a free senior high school. You heard
our position on the free senior high school is that currently we have a lot of challenges.
Okay.
And that we support the free senior high school. We support that the free senior high school is a good policy. But when my see kunya, na yenhwe bibia niama tosin, na yenfa niama ntuyi. Se review na manfo mpese omutia. Yempe brofodi mfufro.
Emfa mano.
Because eye ma yenyina.
That's true. For he made the point in so about say a teacher for already no enya or more laptops. Indeed, there would be a policy in so student in our tertiary institutions non so ebenya biba. It will be a 70-30 arrangement where a buy so saying I think 70% student net year, 30% over a 4-year period. That's like a good thing, no?
Yeah, like I said, technological science education is good. But my teacher phone na monsaka on laptops.
Okay.
But I can assure you that distribution is ongoing. As at last week, they were in Bono and Bono East. Last 2 weeks, they were in Nanumba, they were in the northern region and in some districts. So the teachers' laptop distribution is ongoing as we speak. But the policy says, even senior high school students, Krabenya laptop, I mean, that is a good policy because we cannot be behind the movement that the world is taking.
Yeah.
We can't.
Yeah. For now, in our senior high schools, no, are they all connected to Wi-Fi?
Yes. Most senior high schools are connected, but the connectivity is a problem.
It's slow.
They're slow. In fact, there are some areas where the connectivity is not working. But if you come to the urban areas, the Wi-Fi is working. But then the Wi-Fi equipment is a problem.
Wi-Fi equipment, so saying.
For example, say who connected Wi-Fi now?
Yes.
I say who have equipment about me distribute.
Okay.
For the people, for the usage of both teachers and students. Aha. And a young teacher also. I say young to Ghana Education Service to take a bold decision on this mobile phone issue in our senior high schools.
Students use mobile phones now.
We have to take it is illegal for students to have mobile phones in the schools.
Sure.
But the fact of the matter is that the students have the mobile phones anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to take a bold decision on that policy. Maybe that policy must be reviewed.
And then we allow them to now use the phones?
Well, for me, baby, I mean, the world has moved on. But that one will be subjected to critical discussion.
Critical discussions.
Yes.
I get you. Anyways, enti ma me na wase na yenhwem fancy enti bibia we'll come back and talk to you again. Why?
Mr. Medawase. But length, no more beyond taking length in seriously. Why?
Mate, Angel Carbono, President Edmana Grat, and I'm attending Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma memfa we ntwe Mr. Kwabena Brako se unim owura Kwabena Brako ma na so ente sa enkomo CEO of Peniel Global Limited. By this announcement, the debt recovery team of the multimedia group Ton Safren say one ne lawyer and din Eddie Emmanuel Owusu Boateng Esquire. Ade aye Ton Safre omumi no say omumra emehia yen wo yen office at number 1 Farah Avenue ewo Adabraka. Number 1 Farah Avenue Adabraka by 12 noon on Tuesday 13th February 2024. It is a Unimura Peniel Ora Kwabena Brako, CEO of Peniel Global Limited. Manasonte say on a lawyer Emmanuel Owusu Boateng Esquire say the debt recovery team of the multimedia group Tunsa Afrewon to a meeting ewo yenye offices ewo the multimedia corporate office ewo number 1 Farah Avenue Adabraka 12 noon on Tuesday 13th February 2024. It is a wuni mwana mawana sonte emayen owura Kwabena Brako and then a lawyer Emmanuel Owusu Boateng Esquire. Me pacho Ivesta Iswe dia ba me san esisubio say eyema a secured fixed term investment Iswe ede aba na emma sika bebre. In fact, say watimi atususu kakra nya by 5,000 Ghana cedis Fabra na bra be the secured fixed term investment account yibi at least over a minimum period of 3 months. Now the shebibi say abutrimpo now no betimi invest it over a maximum period of 12 months. Please do that. You have to invest right and wisely. Because then no sika na nhyede ni ho bebre nti unya kakra abomodin se obi invest here. And investment is important because sika no your money should work for you. And one way I will sika ye adwuma ma easily through investment. And yenya sika mfa nhye yensu me yase and I say on fan to savings account me da ho no, you have to invest it na etimi aso the amount you need easy way any komo from 0596914843 0596914843 na easy intimi enkwomwa iVest account ne kone koko biebi mo amu si dan so muntie usi dan a ene nsuo ya de hia so unya tank papa wo be store nsuo ewom kama na bibia koyi ama. I don't know your preferred color of tank, ebia wono pe blue and I pe black and I pe green and a red tank me pacho syntax ebeye bi ama. Guarantees bi a wo hia syntax ebeye bi e di ama. Inner layer bi anso a ope se wono ope double, triple, quadruple, as many inner layers as possible. Syntax ebe sortel out. Kama. Indicate say when it comes to water, the storage of water and your general water needs, Syntax has got you sorted. Syntax tank, a strong, a tough. You over 300 agents nationwide. It will pay a tank nibia. Call us and place an order. 0244 335 168 0244 335 168. Now in income. Syntax say you can follow us on social media at Syntax Ghana or shop online www.syntaxgh.com. Syntax tank a strong a tough. Omone boy ma yede Ekosiisen dwumedie etumi ebremo. Enti ma yentie we emra se nyame ya adom na ye ba said the American akano lawyer Sami Jemfi and Richard Ahiagba would be here. And yentie messages ne kakra na ye ba be shas ye edi yen common way every bentum or among frost obi. Tell the politicians that propaganda and lies to gain power to enrich themselves is a mark of wickedness. Unfortunately, they all claim to be children of God. God have mercy on Ghana. Thank you. Obi, good afternoon. I think Bawumia seriously contradicted himself for this reason. In one breath, he is sidelined and claimed to be a driver's mate who has no license to be behind the wheel or has no saying or doing in another's administration. On the other hand, he touted himself and claimed to be part of his boss's achievement, but blatantly tried to dissociate himself from his boss's failures. This is very difficult, if not impossible, to do or accept by any one reasonable individual. Also, he promised, as usual, to roll out a new program to capture all newly born babies in the ongoing biometric registration database. So the question becomes, how will he implement this new program if he is indeed sidelined and being treated as a driver's mate by his alleged adamant and recalcitrant boss? OP. Okay, we say, Obi, good afternoon to you for the good work you're doing. We are not NDC and we are not NPP. We are going to change the government through our cost of living. My name is Makito from Lakpa, Equiapem. Very well. Obi, the Vice President's speech was perfect. You could see the display of high level of professionalism, words on point, economic accuracy, and economic tools on point relating to almost all the sectors he touched on. With all due respect to ex-President JDM, he should not waste his time. Regards to Dr. Da Costa Abuaje, oblite come, Edie in oblite, thank you. Obi, good afternoon. I hope you could clearly know the distinction between the two academics from their submissions. Prof. Jampo and Dr. Echampon. Check up the different lenses worn by the two, Asamoah Odie Enono. Obi, I don't understand why the NDC thinks that the current economy is bad, an economy that has never defaulted in paying salaries, funding of free education, including payment of all social lifelines. The NDC suggests that its economy was better, yet still they couldn't fund most of these items. They also brought us Dumso, Umar, Ewo, Accra. Let me also do this quick interview. And Afe Yentumi Entwaso, the current president of the National Union of Ghana Students, Nooks. You know, so one key policy statement that standing out in Dr. Baumia's speech was on national service, and the fact that Obama National Service I voluntary as it were, and they are mandatory, and it will be a school. Now say immediately so be school no juma. There should not be any force on him. Say by force when you are juma cry men kwa juma no. Also your national service answer. He makes the point say we school na unya juma obetimi akwa kwa juma. Wa when you juma na wo fie na be national service na voluntary. My engine Nooks for Adrian Trewo, who Nooks president, Daniel Opon Treme. Daniel Aquaba Ekosiisen Suni. Bibi Aboko dear.
At your Christa Dom, Namiadom now, sir.
Yamiadom, men so me papa. And the Nooks, the largest student body in our country, into a critical stakeholder in our nation's development. Eba National Service, the Vice President proposes, sir, Sisia any mandatory bill, and uye school unye adwuma utimi kwaye adwuma wanye adwuma na abso national service a ubetimi aye nooks dan na modwen efa sa proposal we ho
I told you medawa to akonya we na mafaso nso atia Ghanaian students etie minya na watie fo nyina na say the last time Baumia ekasafa the national service scheme ho say as a student front no yetie we would have to also give our concerns on the issue, specifically on the national service. It's stated in the Act 1980 Act. It's mandatory for all students who complete school to have their national service. Good. Now, and PMP, I quite say, your students need to be employed by school or mubenya juma, and I'm saying mandatory. The Bena Aquino Empo and yet a Juman, they lose the job opportunities. Because mandate is obey mandate is obey service. In a way, we say but I think say boy students ni be on baby na adwuma mpo. Na I can say na a student be in school busa say na mpo your school phone be on baby mpo na adwuma so ho ayede no. Na omo so omo ye ne den. Even after mandatory service and after even obey service baby a unya adwuma nye. No so ye ne den. Nti ye fan say a very good plan e be boa na abehin high in students na at the point on the school now when you juma aya national service no very restricted from working no. Now yes there should be an alternative at the point the baby nanka your school phone baby nanka wonya adwuma mu kwan. I think say be na boy nyina because the men omo ebi nya adwuma ni ye na yenso ye nya adwuma ni ba kwa service ni baby na ye nya adwuma nyina na akwa bibi e o nti ye ka say a very good plan e be boa especially some of the students now ibewie na adwumampo akonya abeton na yes stress aban no anase aban bi e betimi de plans agu in place a yenu no bebre o mu school a adwuma ho tam so akwaye de no mo so betimi nya ba bi de 19 SC maybe atwem na your times are school you get that kind of connection with the companies ubewie no one experiences more times service no so paso bebre so bewie no one that kind of experience first hand experience if moving on, the National Union of Ghana students they propose the national internship schemes are at the point. There will be that kind of direct linkages of the various students to companies. I'll be then putting that kind of experience. I'll be outrightly at their regiment. I think saying in our buy ama input the new development. But the Yamana Kunya no be national service scheme it won't be mandatory. I think that will go a long way. These alternatives in looking at job market for the students and also the first-hand experiences with the students, and also to me, I implement. I think that BBC na a school for answer. I trust one what you had to be various leaders in the bit na the equal conviction of my as Ghanaian.
And for more as more position on that proposal, and it's the proposal to make national service voluntary, right?
Yes, I think that it's a step in the right direction. Given the reasons that school they've had several occasions. Even some of our students, I've been asking past years, and they say, "Why we companies demand mandatory service better than our poor." And so that school, carry all the qualities and companies, look at some of the employed. Aqua is a mandate. You could have to work on national sector. Now, see what upon when you say, obey me, I then, my into your G2, name of your cassette. You did BBC, but near receive it to me, Aquina, and Aquama, you know, baby, school, Nigerians, why then, be answered with many baby fashion.
And I said, Omu school near Juma Huaya Deno, then you go and do the national service. Now, at least when your allowance can credit you child, no?
Obi, I know but make us beyond even the service. So at the point, you see these plans in place. I'm very much sure, say, in your service, you know, enquiry to the where we want our best next year. And I say, you know, will be able to be moving forward, there's never bidding on Washington. In keeping your country, you will be able to know when you have that experience. Internet was even the national internship sort of thing. From years back now, those companies will have direct alliance with various students. During vacations, we are directly posted to certain companies to get the experience. You know, a lot of opportunities in Yamabe.
Okay.
You get you know when you're doing one now, you say, who you know, be on so I want to maybe experience you with media, you be a boy or minor. I think I want to go to Makoya and it's your best service.
Yeah, I get you. And the president, where the young say, may not say, Daniel Pontreme, Bibiania, Yabesia Babidin Komobio. Why? Okay, he is the president of the National Union of Ghana Students, Daniel Pontreme, and now also the Nadrintre, Etruja Young Tiawe Emra, Yeba, Sami Jemfe is here, Richard Ahiagba is here, Yeshasie Eddie and Komo. Stay with us.
A new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Sami sorry no pa. Kale Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi missing. And mommy confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifite gusuna mesrea. Eya wanwahu. Me de Kale Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kale Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E sin ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kale Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Me dia magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me suna no pa. Na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso. Entibi na ma. Na me si 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ane ma me num di bidie twitwiri yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kale Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC e fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nka bia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba ma mo Kale Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG
Kale, happy smile.
Enkratoi FDA ajiatum.
Blessing. Uni medical school papa bi ametumi di kofiako.
Oh Fifi, anything na waye wenim bosano. Ene me di asemesio. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, a degree awarding institution a Ghana heya. Omoya programs to say Bachelor of Medicine and a Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Program, GEM, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, and a BSc Health Information Management. Sa programs here na Ghana Tertiary Education Commission ajiatum. Womo bilingual curriculum no SCSO. Senior beya obetimi a consult wo French.
Media so mo be gine kra na ha mi.
Sesia Krade, womo ya admission so. And one is over from. It was 0208-456-556. And now send womo email. info@comas.edu.gh. Put me also follow on. Facebook and our Instagram @info.comas. Comas, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
The Gopils lemon throat lozenges, bro. Gopils lemon throat lozenges. A man who told one minimum yaws. A man sent training and who told a one minimum yawa a batan to say. Yariam Wawa Edin Yarwaba. Cigarette no, and Sano, and in Frama a saying so. 110 so. Gopils, a wa any minimum yaws. Gopils lemon throat lozenges. I am real no. Chicha will take so bra or a free winum. Get set, go. And your man call out Mundi Flincia. And many an answer and real lozenges. So one woman, so one to wa. And you come home, Doctor Sambek Pharmacy Limited. And import quality gold pills. Almost one no more distribute. If you're a Chirakwine, Timber Market, Ashaman Runabout, your pharmacies, and over-the-counter medicine sellers. Open to do it to any afraid 024-705-3104 and 059-329-3734. FDA, Aji Gedian Kratoi Atu.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football community.
radio, can actually borrow, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease with a simple click. Access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Senior won't you how Tibiano. We hear Syntax Tanko. Free say, Syntax Tank to me jine a ream sakraye bia. Empire ne bono so ye kama say. When him say, Syntax Tank ne di kan ye double layer tank Ghana. When him also say, Syntax Tank Korea, any di kan ye tank muda hokai. Emu fite. Na say si adie, ubeti match size, color, type, biara wope. Syntax Tank, beyamau. Na nini ne chino. Ekita 7 years warranty you. Umpewe, na upe dien. Frakra, ewo 0244-335-168. Kumasi 0505-555-666. Syntax Tank, emu dahokai. Syntax Tank, eye strong, eye tough.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Ani nkunim die nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na ye deposit ninya 300% bonus. It's me do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Upe na upe die. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Na use promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus wo first deposit so. OneXBet ma ube brave. Gambling ho true tikane wa hwe ye. Nya ma wa wundi fie do what. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I didn't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract and so say. Me feni na and quadan rocksters. One so chromo pan. What Jane won't say.
Contract and one nimniako. Ghana had here a ban of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet, papa, and who can there as some Ghana for. And
can you say animal dear in so a boy?
And near the Fudiachi, Nankotati bon and net Sundachi. Fred 0544-338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fred rocksters. Now one chowing to.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future, a pan-African future. Together, EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Provident Insurance welcomes you to a new year. Remember to insure your new car or renew your existing motor insurance from the 1st of January to the 31st of March. You can win free gifts such as fuel coupons and several other branded Provident souvenirs. Rush for insurance cover now. Terms and conditions apply.
Your future happy days.
With Provident, man, you are covered.
One tough question. The ultimate game show is here. What game are you willing to play to win some money? What question are you willing to answer to win some money? Join us on One Tough Question, where the strongest and the smartest battle in quizzes and games. Don't miss the suspense, the laughter, and the edge of your seat moment with your host, Lydia Forsin. Showing Monday to Thursday at 9 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Dial *759# to stay connected.
Ghana Post.
Hey, now no pay one year, one kasa welcome. And you're my brother, Mr. Happiness, and Hame. Missy, who said Ghana Post, I am fast, reliable, and affordable. See, now saying, no, my and Janya Kumami, and the command, or if I Ghana Post, well, dinning now. And it's a was Ashwan Masakodija, Medical Ghana Post to you. Wait, Kobe Kakra. Ghana Post,
the most affordable delivery option for food and merchandise from Ghana to everywhere in the world. Connect with us today and see for yourself. Ghana Post, smart, secure deliveries.
Package, in less than 5 days, Ghana Post, they make life the big. Ghana Post will deliver to you wherever you are in the world.
Dachimbo Gani, Masanso Ababim, Sesedi, Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited. I am for Kramaye, Hey Caneno, so Benya Sasi, Ewa Abri, and Ase Crupon, Nem Pobet Messu Deriano, a moon Samno Ayapi. Nanso enedie Kingdom Home Real Estate SCC Adana Wiekra or 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom houses are West area Waton and a 2-bedroom apartment ni nyina bi ewo ho ensuo ne kanea so de e floor 247 ne bus security sam de abambo ene atumuda kra CCTV cameras etwa ho ahia na ewo serene environmental ewo good weather condition pa de ni gire de ni kan se wotie en estate ni mu a na tourist site a wodo atwa ho ahia ebi ti se every Botanical Gardens, Boating Falls, Aqua Safari Resort, and also a Bentete Kwashi Hospital and so. Enti Sawoti Kingdom Home Real Estate dia, na uti ofia ankasa. Enti minu ma mufra bridge laba, na mo be a good weather condition wo akwa kwatena de. Mumra anaso person to dan, e de ma momi ni popi, betre baby o masumba twu o mo dia, ene e bra Kingdom Home Real Estate. Enya ira kwan kra, ye obi e wa Kropon, ene bi nso wa abri. Ufri Adenta Aircon, e 30 minutes drive pe, na wo mo adan no so de ye fofofo. Enti sa wo pedan atode a, ene e frɛ yen sesie. Frɛ yen Accra office no, e wo 0240 521 276 anaso betma frɛ Akropon office e was 0555 612 611. Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited. Eyefia nkasa.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. And kunim die nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na your deposit ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Wait now open die. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Now use the promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit so. OneXBet mau be brave. Gambling who true tikani wa she you. Nya ma wa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jane Krato we atum.
Yasandia Babie mo Ghana for New Year DBS Industries Limited for say one more board down is summer free. I want in the year free monto. Niana sober Tom roofing sheets a papa. Woman dear drama and sunimu biabi. One more baba boss more kama. What yashi? Ain't you waiting any jism? Woman to miss off from what the free estimate from OCCA. Accra number no 0240 844 444. Kumasi so dear 0506 004 141. Dakra dear 0506 004 242. DBS Industries Limited. Roofing Papa Fee.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, body and menstrual pain, cold and joint days,
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football community.
radio, can actually borrow, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adon platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease with a simple click. Access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Minya, Aqua Safari Resort Nancy, and your mamma come is Huna Minya or Aqua Safari Resort for Fronon Show. So, what do Aqua Safari to my phone again, Nigenis show at Joe. Now, what do 24 hours battle no at show? Ya in Niger's from go and Summa you may be to say jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and a cast net fishing. And in Naka, you made your Pierre Aqua Safari. Mark 24 point for non found go vote so bonting me every year. Who no one and no man who rather for Fesu. I don't know one diagram now, Mowendiani. Me mom dear, me ni just strong. Na means me trains and mess with Chako Aqua Safari Resorts view.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Ani kunim die nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na ye deposit ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Jack. We na open die. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Na use promo code welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus wo first deposit so. OneXBet ma ube brave. Gambling one truth can wash you. Nya ma wa wundi fie do. Gaming Commissioner Jinkra to we atum.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguswa utie no ma yenam nyina ase ne yensan mama kwa ba bio emfa momra Ekosiisen dwumedie so said me kind of to manim no yene the two communication heads of the leading political parties no Ebabidi and Komo Sami Jemfi, who heads the communications for the NDC, and Richard Ahiagba heads the communications for the NPP. In Pennyfomi and anyone aiding Komo ene ma mensan fin twemubio na muamutie no ente se ebia me kan first no wante next week Wednesday a Vals Day na Safari Valley Eco Resort Ewo Valentine's 2024 package. In this Vals Day, come and experience love in the valley at Safari Valley Eco Resort, located at Edukrom and Muamako Hodano. You would wonder, say, hey, Ghana pan, you will be say, Ewaha. A hot to say, it is a brute, a hoife brutal, Edukrom Safari Valley Eco Resort. I mean, you enjoy nature. It's a relaxing environment with beautiful sights and nature's wildlife on display. Your 5,400 Ghana cedis love in the Valley package beckons from the 6th to the 29th of February for one night, featuring 2 guests maximum. And for one night, utria 5,400 Ghana cedis. Now, yamao a special package. Yamao breakfast, yamao lunch, yamao dinner. In fact, we serve you as a 3 to 5 course meal from a curated menu of the day. Yes, I'm a Valentine's room decoration with a fruit platter and a bottle of wine on arrival. Yamao 24-hour shared butler service, safari wildlife tour, animal feeding, trip to the waterfall, Yamao canoe ride on the canal. Into this package is valid from the 6th to the 29th of February. You know, we were Safari Valley. And my main Kai will say, just 5,400 Ghana cedis for one night, and you enjoy all of these in the package. It's unbelievable. So we name hoda we say 5,400 with a 2-4 ball. Me pacho from CC, and as you can send a WhatsApp message to 0596 914 394 0596 914 394. Na only one in common 0596 914 394. Nti bia wate when who Safari Valley Eco Resort, when who videos on social media, when who more advert e wo TV so e hoye wo fe unya ya nka obeko ba wate say ne bo tin dodo enya no kre. In fact, Val's Day, you know, a special package the ama ubia package for 2 people maximum ubetria 5,400 for a night. The amount breakfast, lunch and dinner, 3 to 5 course meal. Valentine's room decoration ube round them on a fruit platter ewo a bottle of wine on arrival. The amount 24-hour shared butler service, safari wildlife tour, animal food caught now more aduane, you know, ni nyana or they spicy or love life. Ade here and to we yere uni wukunu na mo ye ne kama a trip to the waterfall, you know, and yes I will canoe ride. Erika J. Ne amount na bibia mama ye nyina ye nhye so frɛ won e was 0596914843 na only one intimi inni enkomo Ekosiisen so ni e ha Asempa 94.7 FM inti Samia bekansa Richard abekansa Sami Jemfi akwa ba pom te sen
onyame adom
bibia koye
ya da so tinkom ahoden wo ho bibia de enkoye
sa
bibia enkoye wo mani mu bibia atetia pansam nam amambu bonia yempanyimfo a omotie konwa so sisi omode oman no efa so but ye wani da so esanse enche kra no na abato mre aso
yes
7 December 2024 na ye wugidie mapase wonyame adomunti ensesa mapabeba ama yura John Dramani Mahama one NDC amanyuko ababeje efri ahokyere ne abenidia yekomi
yes mate men so me da say Richard Ahiagba akwa aba na pom te say
Robi ami adom me hu ye na Ghana nso so
Ghana ye ba okay
ye ba
ba say me gidi say party headquarters nso boko
ami adom national chairman general secretary ne national executive ne nyina ye hu ye pa
okay
am the Wednesday vice president speech on my aman Kenya kese aba Ghana nyina menka MPP mu Ghana nyina wangasa wati mu hu se wo Philipa na ma samene ne party for adwendwene kese na mene obi din komo so ha o makofre Russia for ne monafofo a ewo aba mono ne se o be steady Dr. Baomia yi no na omo hwe kwamba edit na omo de bia ba se omo so omo di ya ntino ye hwe kwan so omo baba but Kenya kese aba na ni nyina ya party rank and file me che obia ewie yi se yemfa sa kwan we so na yemfiti ase nye dwuma na from Ekosiisen December 7 no dwuma ase ye bia na make sure say MPP be wini biu na ya koso ama Ghana akoni nimu no yenye say dwuma no because a mistake there some American has said their obre ya uhun ha wo ha say wo bia wo gine ni pa Ghana and wo ye no said dia e bibia ye mama ye ba ye tronko na omudi ma say be ya de be koso abo recovery ya e ba hu ban na ye mfa nkoma NDC fo ya na omo ba ye kasade no mo de 2008 election mo win here economy na president Kufuor ya na koso Ghana ha ope sika o te adwuma mu kura na ye fro so be gibusia na kwa ye adwuma na se sika abo be ye fo Ghana ha ama amanone amanfo Ghana fo wa amanone ba fie se ba be invest Ghana ha and this for beje mo fa ya makohwe gotem and ye ba ye 2016 kakra page ba be do the drink kenye yare bone covid no ho asem obi ye be kan ha ne se de be ya Ghana for better ase say MPP ba ye nanka economy no a page a economy mu asa yare bone ye be to ye ya ati akofom ba enne no bibia e kire say economy no esan sorry bio enti ehia say MPP be san winning na ya koso about Ghana economy ho ban ama Ghana for ediye once more.
Yeah. Well, one thing another person me busa after the speech on Wednesday, was it Wednesday?
Wednesday,
right? Yeah, on Wednesday, you know. Me just say must scanning on the various social media platforms who reactions are ever any other. From where you sit as director of communications for the NPP, you know, what would you say? A positive MMO, any more candidates, no?
Obi, very positive. Na your penny be where they met me account because Koma sha na mangasa mengwanga o say penny mu pa ka she me say na a shock no message no tia de ni wie no na eye ne say enye MPP na ekasa because ono at one point in time na eye ne say ye nya message impo dia koye campaign and but nyoma ye de ba ye no kire say MPP ye woni daso and I said Ghana won that so because of MPP. And you know, Obi, the reaction and the feedback has been absolute. Now, Anna America said in Kenya kese and Aba. And the MPP before you now sorry waka. Yen fat bibia a war horse be win me pe win manya way and the Akanino and Fantun chain. Now yen say Ghana can't call a yen faso. Now yen yedumading na December 7. Yes, I'm winning MPP in Bogana.
Maybe let me start with one of the reactions Amia who personally and on that Nafi Ode way atwa. So the reaction has been said Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Yes, everybody knows say it was a tight rope for him to walk, you know, in delivering this because we are part of the current administration. You've heard the reaction say we're throwing a boss under the bus. Now, I say, dissociating from the current challenges in the economy. Is that what you saw from speech now? What say you know? And do you agree with Omua Emeki's claims?
Obi, and you know, correct. I think say me share paragraphs no kwa na makanchiro.
Okay.
But I'll find it here.
Okay.
But the end say ne nkoma odi nyina so no eye dia yaye.
Okay.
And then the afemu.
Okay.
And I will Gina and also actually say China this January 7, 2025 obey president ya. Sa nyoma ya femu ni shishi ya ye Ekosiisen sa brain obey president no. Or hwe kwan sense sai bi beba. Sa sai no and also daye de ne nusu ade hunu egina so akone nimu. Enti policy yi bia ode ato ha bia no. It is focused on the ayewomwa yekwakosie. Now, because ono kahu nintino or share the projection is enko druhono. Now the moment is right to say the person or the source no. Now a source pepe. And that is the idea. One say fat moto no say me yes so afa on and say mo.
Ma fa on say.
Omo a overpass.
Sure.
Oma ya ma na bedu baby.
Yeah.
Na akabo mu na me no ejina hose. Nti omo na nkomo ye na fi side way ba na omo ye fi side way nyina no the calculation omo dey ba no na absolute say be boy nipa na nyina be case pepepe. That is the calculation say every ha Ekosiisen 27th January 2025 policy implementation aye on say 2024 budget ya yewie enti enkodu sa time no na de sese eba na de sese ekọ de sese pagyan de sese eda fom nyina no abo ano pepepe na ode ne de no atwaso. So that is the dream. Now me share paragraph from Makachro in talking about this 15% tax on electricity no or can specifically to say enkodu 7 January 2025 say a banner sa tax no
edaso
wo ho not conditions are right obey free ho because or twa dia yaye no eno so ne baby a say yetumi tre no na yede bi ka ho no na wo dia yaye. That is how you build forward. Into the yaye ni de yaye agya to mo the first part of the presentation no so ni me say wo first part no is to claim ejuma yaye on the
defend the
defend and claim say yan yaye say ejuma wo yi ni ho afri ba kokora mu and I mention ba be kai me ka fra say at the cro and the yaye and ye twaso and the akoye ni mu na Ghana enya ehon fa so entenya no credit on true bia under the boss. In fact I'm say o studio ha na I'm say same okuba na o kan say 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 speech ya ye tro yi
na the boss ya aware
woni mu de wo mu nti ye tro na under the boss na nka ono mpo ne ba beka nti sa kasa no same jemfi mu na ahyehyɛ bebi a omo tro ba for testing and as omo akeka no omo soma kaka anya no kreda ntoaso na ade ba ko so etumi ye nyina so ma on say obi as a party no ye tradition but others
yes
we are not like the NDC na say oba o ka say me na me party me na a party according to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama or party according to His Excellency Jerry Rawlings or whatever. Yen we are a tradition. And so I didn't know na no more enya to ho no. Eno na ye tretre mu. Ehwe policy a ene no echo na ya ye atoaso. Enti yen obi man ka say me na me Richard and I say me na me Dr. Baumia nti mabanti no dia me so ade hunu ya me dia na makofa fi baby abada bi. Entoaso adwuma ne ye. Enti there cannot be any departure that is not consistent with the tradition. Entino kwanfoforo so na wo ye but it is centrally consistent with the fundamental belief of the party no enti nkoso ejuma na Dr. Baumia MPP obonechidom na wo wini na wato so
the paragraph 4 okay say I recognize that submitting myself to your service, the electorate, to vote for me as president is no different from interviewing for a job. One needs to tell a prospective employer what he has accomplished in his previous job and how he can successfully deliver in the new position he is seeking, which is what I seek to do in this speech. Even though tonight is about sharing my vision and policy priorities with you, I crave your indulgence to broadly set up the context. I'll first talk about the record of our government and my contribution as vice president before laying out my vision. So I ask for your patience. You'd realize, sir, in here, and I've heard people say, sir, in talking about a binary record, no, he admitted to the challenges are Mufesi, COVID, and a Russian-Ukraine war. Immediately after that, he made the point and so said, the fiscal policy management of this country, finance minister, monetary policy, Bank of Ghana. About the digitalization drive and only roll our manpenny at the man say onye. And start enumerating successes. Some have said, sir, that was a smart way of him as a onono ele claim to only the beautiful stuff, the good things in government. Na nyomana enye de finance ministry, a Bank of Ghana. Is that how you saw it?
Obi, yes, Akra. Mami kind lie when chiro na enono enchire mu chiro. Before I obey the vision, this paragraph 109, I say we have done many good things and I will seek to build on them. Okay. What claim we be until you say be a digitization kwana and faso and I say there were no claim. But the end is even Jesus could no man for enya susuye ka say ono kura no or you be a umfri nyame. Nipa e wo kukudro boni bi a wo twa wonte ase. This idea is ono his office had oversight. Yes. Before no obeka nsemo a nyoma waye no, he premised it to say to want to canvas for presidency no, it's like interviewing for a job. Yes. Enti dia maye enti a me pese mo ma me adwuma no me kire mo. Enti on to me ka say ono no ye finance minister. But obetumi akasa. Debi, on to me ka Bank of Ghana, but dia waye no and wo so oka. Enti dia waye no waka. Dia onye no on ka say maye. But dia oka ho a ya no, ubisa no oka say enso ka oka ho. No dey given. But what they say, yeti he ya wo no na wo ubisa a question. Dominic Otehoyi oka ho na moye production no ye wie nso aya obo mu di ma ne ye de enti ni nyina no oka se oka ho a onka se ono na ye interview but oka production no sa na adwuma ne te dia oye ye specifically no ono obeka eno na eno pepepe no waka nti o ma yesa ne de o ye omodien kura no a de ombeka no beka say otanfo a o sua wasa
obu ne pa
o chia ne
pa
ha sanete obi enti NDC voyi eno mo nanfofo a ma mo ho neutralfo ne yetete higher bokola say CSO ne de aka ne nyina no say ya no kura ne da ho no mo chia ne bebere ene wo beto asum asem de asame ba betra ha o de green book yi ni niam aba last page bibibi wo ho o say no mo de beka asem enti NDC for de abayi say ya but me no meka say obi nka na me no tia ya kase senka menye MPP ni kra no a nka sa speech we memma meni age wo ho because as a Ghanaian no nyoma waka na ha no menya yanka yaye ye nso so abaye me de se sa nyoma yi abagana amenyina nya ho faso talk about the fourth industrial revolution massive stuff say ene and now say in Dr. Bawumia MPP administration ye ba benya say a standard operation say as a SHS student no we be programming coding and things like that fantastic opportunity there are share na terms social media o here and say mo na ye the Africa for atosro na the Chinese for atwase na ye bompa hey na Chinese for assemble phone ne diaka but ye move into a space a young person from secondary school or ye could so on and twice they say Bill Gates money Steve Jobs Maya or Makasa or no person IT person with the foundation from SHS no obi or no be to me adventure and as a branching off to build his life because Osha and the passion no and at the end also no CTVET curriculum reform to drive in that direction no people will get opportunity to even advance in that space and no idea no idea me MPP ni kura no the vision here no is solid enough to believe in and NDC me no I think say NDC for nanga so I am mistake baby obi mamenka we nchiro mo it is okay to like a good thing at the end of the year it doesn't take anything from your party to say at the end of the year okay na nipa enya credibility o mo say ebia wo hu ade pa obehu na wo ade aye say na wo say enye de na wo kwagofa ba aye na je say wo hu ade pa wo hu but what I say enti vision no solid and this if onya ya nka mo postpone election we na wo ma yenko on oppose na yenko ye na Ghana djuma kese ada ye nimu say you making sure say economy beba na ya building the structures no say be ya shock here you experiencing with COVID and the follow up with Russia Ukraine no echine no the economy will be more resilient na afedi e omonya kwan ya o maba echire no maba contest because the drone no this vision way ombe detie omo emfa obi ade no ode aba de wo ho bia so obi de babia no na Dr. Bawumia de abai enyina yempia anenkosi
ma minister I'll come back to you Sami ma mintio on this the initial issues around the speech about say Ojane Efri ne record afe EMT or say advisory council I don't know if Richard explanations or the amana set contest number we and I say you still think say the vice president is running away from the record
obi meda sidedi kan mamenchia omo ajebre etie yen ehwe yen ewa chichi ne benche yen nyina meba ho bebia asembisa na wabisa me no nanso me pese me start free baby isan say ura ye kana asem no Alhaji Dr. Bawumia wesi agina yese opese ogina Ghana mampanyi akonwa ena wakwa ye nhyiamu kese ede nani suade huno ene de ono sie se waya ama Ghana atodwa nti osi obepa adwuma wo ye ho ena waba job interview nti de waye ene de esi ni so obeye no ode ato o man nanim na eno ho asem nene ewie enwumre osi enka ho asem na obi
Asempa FM
we asim ha ye wono ansa na wo betumi ama obi akwanya se omedi wanim titiriu dwumadi a eho hia na edimu te se omampanyi akonwa no ye wade baako a ehia pa eno na wo se wo hwe na de yesusudua Sadie no any GDA wo sa wonu akro no entem GDA wo sa wonu akro no nimu. Trust is of utmost importance when it comes to leadership. Here obimfu bi ye friend no Brian Tracy. Okasem bi wopoto kasem say the glue that holds all relationships together, including the relationship between the leader and the led, is trust. And trust is based on integrity. A trese se nipa betimi ama wakwenya se bedi won animu a age so omu mu gidie. So ho wo hwe enanhwehwemu a akoso efa abato a ye ba beto no December 2024 ho a all the posts aya ye kire se ade ba ko a Ghana fo ejina so de ato aba 2024 we obi ade ade a trust. Ghana in prime menim se achinye bia ni ho woni me be ya adwen se opadwuma yoku a omo ye scientific surveys a so for more predictions emu dodo na abamu a eyeden ehefo say global info analytics me wa
they are the AI so
exactly na omu nyina no asem o maba be kan se 2024 the number one consideration for the Ghanaian voter is trust. Na eno na ma papeya okasa na no ukude owura bawomia ne hwaye mobo no
adentia
eyesa susudua na Ghana fo ejina so de susu wono a obo ntoa na wo srese ye ma wona kwanya no medie so no eye trusty ama owura no waye mobo because oye nipa Ghana fo enigidie wonimu Ghana fo akari no Ghana fo susu no Ghana fo so na hwe hu se oyo trofo dada fo a yentumi nya ni mugidie enfo meyi akwanya kese no enhyenensa obi 2024 ya Global Info Analytics for mo publish a survey bi and obi o check here very 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 interesting. Oh, if you were wondering the intia but we akasa wie na obi a twetwe no obi a esre no MPP communications director krabet na he went to me anka de ba komienu miense bi a papa no ba ye mane de adwuma empuntuo ni ahoto aba na nensem wa o kenyina wo bo defense so you gonna say Sergio Ramos obo defense afena or chechirimu. When you are in government and your leader has spoken and you are on the defensive defending, you know that you have a baggage. That baggage is called credibility deficit, because they will do enimu a wokasa manono nipa ni mugidie we twa nkontompo amana du ba bia Ghana for obi an taking it serious biem. And until 2024 January Global Info Analytics almost survey almost publish here page 57 almost say who do you trust to fix the economy? Why na Ghana for woni mugidie say yesika sem wenne atete apansam no betumi aye ne ye ye rala nchemanten Ghana for dodo 8% omoni omokasa aye no omo say ye woni mugidie say ye economy na atete apansam no obetumi aye ne ye 8%. Ye raba womia enya 26%. Yura John Mahama 54%. Ena omo ka say omo peni pa foforo 12%. Oba the second question will be sir Ghana for money omudi nkomo na. Who do you trust to create jobs? Why na wo ni mugidie se obetumi aba no abaye nhihye pa ade adwuma beba ama Ghana memo ane maba wanya biaye. Yura lanchemantinya 9%. Yura Bawumia 26%. Yura John Dramani Mahama unya 53%. Third question, why na woni mugidie se Ghana education system wa and na face challenges be brino obetumi aba no aba be hye ne kama. Who do you trust to fix the education? To fix education? Alan 7%. Bawumia 26%. John Mahama 54%. I can go on and on and on. In fact, MPP for one kasa. Empenyufu e wo party ni mu omo ka bi ewom from the polling station to constituency to national. Omo ankasa omo ko omo presidential primaries nansen ya. Omo ekotwi ntonto wo mpanyufo a na omo pese omo bedi omo anim kan so no. Emu bes o hamu nchichemu aduanan na aka kakra bi na do 40%. Kaso mu ni gidie we alaji ba wo miemu. So that is the biggest problem the MPP is confronted with. He is the most discredited political leader Ghana has ever seen and the MPP has ever produced. If 92 adubuahe, Diana na beka afa ne ho. Ose Bawumia is the first flag bearer MPP for Yinua.
Asempa FM.
Waba som as vice president. Da. Ko adubuahe no ni sa track record ni bi. J Kufuor no ni sa track record ni bi. Akufuado no ni sa track record ni bi. Omu nyina ministers ne de keka ho. Be Bawumia de ono wadi kan ba be dwa nanum aye lectures akan sem bebre. Agana fo hu se ni nyina aye ntro. Nti ye ne ono ane party mpu no obi ya ni mu gidie. So that is the problem Bawumia o face. Ghana fo bisa say na lectures ye ne ye bedi ana.
Asempa FM.
O opposition wo ye lectures bebre kasaka brofo akese. O ka kire Ghana fo se wo wa ye adwuma wo Bank of Ghana da. Bawumia asem na meken yo. Unim se sika wo Ghana, the money is here. Na ehia se Ghana bebo bosia e de aya akwan. Nya Bawumia na gaza. De ye wo se ya ne se ye jeje tolls wo ya kwan so ye benya sika ye yakwan nyina. Bawumia said it. Obi na enye manifesto promise. Aje se nipa no kure ni mu. Obi obroni beka se oye a chronic and an unrepentant liar. Ene betinya hwe Ghana fo anim. Oman a ye middle income country a yeto a ye jeje enso ye ho so. Ye gold ye sika ye nya no man enso ye ho so. Na hwe oman fo anim ka se ye nya se bobosia ne aye kwan a straight away o your trofo. Wo ba ye wa bobesia men ne Ghana ka. A many oman na ma ye kakura ye ntimi ntua. Enunti Ghana fo akadi o ma musa won ka no kre. Alaji Bawumia ya obi ono ne gina simpie so 2020 ya Cape Coast. I say, good people of Cape Coast, I have good news for you. We are building for you a brand new harbor. I say ye gusua ye si harbor mono chian e dia mamo. Na so mra na okasa no kwasem ne say na ye fa pikasa na sokra mo from baby ya wo Cape Coast say ye si harbor. In fact, ono wane boss o mampenyi Akufuado ko Cape Coast asɛmtrɔfo toto na no a ye bisa na sa asɛm no wasɛm no. O se ono won kai kra sɛ MPP ahye bobisa because bibia ni wa omo ye ne sa. Anampa eni omo manifesto mu so mu si habo ama Cape Coast for. This should tell you say owura Bawumia no ye nipa bia untumi nyini ni because no kre eni nanum. Dia to so miensa Bawumia ya Osio, Yewra Mahama 2016. Or the tword bebre agu Ghana for dodo esododo. Okano enche ya Joy FM. Mwamufia. I said the taxes are hurting the economy. Now no dear, ye to abama MPP no omoba. Oba be move Ghana from taxation to production. Obi, oba ye eto nko a wode abegu Ghana for so sese a ebura duanan. And maybe anywhere about Ghana, Yabakosemua on everything, whether on imports, whether on fuel, whether on basic commodities. At Yadia to be breati more than to a bikran sebi previous. Nyansen nim. Yadia gu Ghana for Swagana for see a penny say that. This is the same man, Ujina Simpiso. Or say, won't to abamame. Na ya ba. Waboso me edum watwe chino. No community in Ghana. Krobia ni wa omubenya ensuo ana sebi yane problem. Obe solve ni nyina boso me nwotwe. Edu nwotwe. Obi. How can anybody with a modicum of sincerity say such a thing? When any MPP manifesto mo, I am not talking about unfulfilled manifesto promises. No one can say, any party be anywhere fulfilling 100% of his promises. These are, concocted, fabricated lies. Send you petty me tnas say me bomb stream a chatro e dia to me. But we me soon in the bind no. And someone me can in dance here that one yes aka we bisa me ko sign. So no kro krojen. The same man also oh wa hwe say wa ye nhwemu hu say Ghana kra no. Yen sem fata asphalt road. E wo form asphalt road ne twem. Enti ono de oba be fiti ase na aban na ye concrete roads ngwa. And the concrete rules no obi ewen 2023 ya ogina simpie so o say afi be ko na wie ye no na secondary school akoda bia abanya ma no free tablet obi wante one student one tablet and the tablets no e wo hefa o say ozongo fo amwo Ghana ye ban ya ba besi model secondary schools region bia mu benya ba kon e wo muzongo minua e wo hefa also, mache dollar tum. Me de safo akoma IGP. Samre na dollar ye be 4 cedis. Na breso dollar kosoro kodum pompon so e bin sida. In 2022, by October, November, na dollar nam 17 cedis. Ama businesses bebre ahwe form o muntu bin recover. Minim nipa o ma lose millions of cedis obi. E bia fa ho anya yare awu because of bawomia. Dollar now chini to prison away. Wa breaki jail, wa te praga. Ye reba wumia, ye huno. Ye se wa dodge or cast and fofro. Enunti Ghana phone ni mujidie bien. Na de asabe se na asem cross, ye se wa be a butt of jokes in town. Ene fofro ya odi aba to me. Se me de economy no papa e wom bia no me na kufu adoma me ye. Enti ye ho adodo de ana ho abasobode no me ne wo se mode mame akufu ado aye one constituency one ambulance ba wo mi ase eye me na me ye momo mabaso o se on man o lead project
now the president asked him to lead that project.
For that credit in the crime he never even commended the akufu ado. He says he was responsible for one constituency one ambulance.
So his office had oversight responsibility.
Yes, into waje credit no. Na Akufo-Addo de ono de no oversight. Ono nkwa na na oversight. Tete nie, obi me kako baby. Enti o say one constituency 1 million, one constituency one ambulance me na me ye. Agenda 111 na Ministry of Health na ye. Owura ba wo mi ase no so monfa ho abaso bode ma me. We are also digitalization, e-health, e-pharmacy, e-wache ni nyina me na me ye Akufo-Addo ade papa bia ba wo mi aso na ye afa do economy aseye a ede aho kira ba Ghana for ye je ye ho ayenye inflation pomponso a enyema bo fa so kosoro a ye wura mahama ekọ a na ye 15.4% wa wo ba wo mi agina simpie so ka se mahama ni mama muo o ye incompetent no. And I catch that was a 23%. Na nche ye kura ne ko do 54%. Emma Ghana for 800,000 ne omu wo hia buburo mu because of that. But when me say hey, I no de Akufo-Addo enye me a. Edu Ghana na ya ka. Enam besian bo bebreba owura ba wo mia as chairman of the economic management team. Ohwema ban yi boy ye na ekana mene ya yentimi ntua na ne Ghana adane omanfo bola economy obi ampeso bebo ye besia ye kakra ye de ye se yentimi ntua first time in 40 years obi edu wode aba wo mi ase minim hwe e Akufo-Addo
ase wan kasa no ye wo wade a
me pacho enya wona obi sa obi sesi ase
me busa
rich sesi ase ba wo mi ase fiscal policy de e ye kenoforiata. Now
yeah, but that's a fact.
That is fiscal policy.
That's a fact.
Now on say finance minister on a fiscal policy.
Sure.
The economy goes beyond fiscal policy. Governor of Bank of Ghana on a monetary policy. So sure. The economy goes beyond that. And until you do munyina ka boom, you the minister for agric, minister for finance, governor of Bank of Ghana, minister for energy, minister for trade and industry. Ye di omu nyina ka won ye di mpanyufo bebre obunim sikasem aka omo and ye say yate economic management team. Na saafo ni nyina omu panyimu a woda wonano e ya Alhaji Bawumia. Safo ni nyina omo meeting no mo person mo kasa omo pejo omo nsa ma obi aka say yes Ken Ofori-Atta talk o kasa overruled Ken Ofori-Atta kra man ani anso ade wo meeting na say otimi yi ni pie because he is the chairman of the meeting. You can't be a chairman. What is out here? Chairman of the economic management team. One man meeting ya. Query.
Asempa FM.
Of Bank of Ghana for the na moye. We. Ah. Now no one can say kasano. Wa Bob Bank of Ghana for abaso. Yes. Nature say. O jitu mu se Bank of Ghana. The ochira mo so omunye nyina no. Omwaye. Enunti na obo abaso no. Because this Bank of Ghana nyo omwa ka economy na bo. Bank of Ghana. Oma breach Bank of Ghana Act. OBTME. Ekosika 2022 nkwa 45 billion. Ya print sika dia ma ban. Ama no na di inflation ko 54%. Aguni penyuma. Edi nipa 800,000 yako hiya buburu mu. Ba wo miaso o ma yade. Meaning what? Meaning say ono na na hye akiri. Nani nwasem na nokure ni munti no. Eni ngwase aba akufu adonfa. Na obi nipa timi trase. Eye nipa boni ni sa.
Nipa boni ni se.
O mampenyi akufu ado. Enti na sideni. So what ya asem a o mampenyi akufu ado waka. O si onipa bia owo MPP mu. Na opeso ogina wo MPP di mu. Na obeye se o twe ne ho afiri ono na aban record ho. Na waka se na aban ya bibi enye. No na wadwen fufuro de babia no. Onipa kro no ne ho esere o ye joka. Na sa onipa kro no so bugana fo se sebi Ghana fo omu nim dia ene onwene hu yie o mampenye kufuado ne kan. I'm sure you see the video. Yes.
Before
na wonim dia na waka na asem.
Before more presidential.
Say no onim se bibi se beba.
How?
Obi me ka bibia se Alhaji Bawumia. Se ono pa na onyame bo no se Adam na no wo garden trum ho ne yiri ifua. Kemre onyankopon baaye no. The Bible says the voice of God was walking in the garden in the cool of the day. Nka Bawumia betumi a convince onyame se we one na yiri if omo ani apple no. Ko betumi a convince no. Hey! Ni papa ni Akufuado awo MPP ID card kwa na woni bi. Fa wo free a place of oblivion. They want buy a place of prominence. Papa say, me economy no menti ase. Okoye economics wo legon third class no nyae. And obi tu ni fo say abrantie bi ye adwuma wokofo abre so ebe sika sem a wa ben kofa no. And o mampenye Akufuado kofa no. Anything Akufuado says or knows about the economy, but we na kire no. Nti Akufuado anka say gina simpie so
na Akufuado na catch.
Yes, Akufuado say the entia ofa Bawumia as the running mate ni say Bawumia Akufo abreso no na boa Bank of Ghana mo ye redenomination. Haven't you seen the video? Me boa ka kire me. Na Bawumia na baba be $1 agina ho ama Ghana cedi anya wode. Me boa ka kire me. The video oka say under Kofo $1 1 cedi. Under Atamils $1 2 cedis. And I said, that is why I've gone to bring this young man, Alhaji Bawumia. Me won't say presidential candidate be a one vice like Akufuado did for his vice. Me say papa be di akomyampo. 2018 economy minister say ye. Akufuado call parliament, state of the nation address. Or say economy na ye no, e nipa ba ko na amani nyina basa, e Bawumia because ono na economy no me dia shenensa. Wona wo ye chairman of the economic management team. Omo mo fiscal policy for ehwase. Omo mo monetary policy Bank of Ghana for ehwase. One kasa website Bawumia say as chairman of the economic management team na dwuma ne say ono ne shape government policies. Haven't you read it? I'll read it to you. No, also guided the implementation of government policies. Not just digitalization. Not just one ambulance, one constituency. Or say government policies, including e-levy, including betting tax, including emissions tax. In which year to one or more Nina government policies on the guide implementation. Just say, to me, on the shape. On one website, me boa kase me boa. Me asemwa make kebia mama reference. Na just Akufuado, what ya simple and a wini buniaye. To the Akufuado, ye yena tantan there. The man has become lonely. He's being stigmatized. Make a man saying, you cannot but pity him. The reality is that Ghana phone him say, Akufuado ne Bawumia there. ntafo prekope Siamese twins. Oma fruma ne bom. Ji untimi ntio mumu. They know. If you say wunua pa ya wom wa bom ntafo mienu. Na wunua ne petu minti. Unua nso nim se. Chese ni wona waboa no amana ba bedu bebia waduro. Na wunua nso a wo ba bedi akonwan bibia ni wo betumi aya abra wo misaw. Bawomia one ni ho. Ena Bawomia vice president ko ntimi nyi. Because the Akufo-Addo si open no eno no de be ma no.
Ne running mate.
Yeah, running mate. Nanso oba nipa mu a na wa be gu mi ho fi. Richard ya say ena Bawomia antwe ne ho emfiri as
can say enra Bawomia speech no. Samia Uku was here, said Bawumia wrote the speech himself. His boss, the president, the finance minister, other senior members of this government were aware of the content of the speech.
Masa, 90. Insio to na wantia. Ade chin ya for more for no so hu.
Aden.
Yeah, inviting the person bebe nhemu ho kra no. Akufo-Addo ye friend no.
Ah, o man friend is saying. Now see them was man friend.
No.
And I said the first one I meant is one friend.
Minua. Ya ma papa no wahu de Akufo-Addo ne kasa ma for Eugene ahe wa twere no on Facebook ho
wa twere de
ofa Bawumia boshe na Bawumia se ono ba wo betwa E11 mu no Eugene ahe twere o se posterity no wusu ni ti say
Eugene ahe wusu ni ti on Facebook ho
go and check
hey na your video ana
down kwama ene nyame be kasa ma Akufo-Addo because Bawumia wona E11 no kura no de ehun susuye ba cabinet wona kwadwo opon say E11 mra no hyehye obi unhuye kwadwo opon kroma nyon ne kasa ma aban yasi osi E11 Bawumia na hyehye
bankasa on the hyehye osi na oka ho
osi he was instrumental instrumental is different from he was part na instrumental adjective not here he was instrumental Jumedie ni nyina no to no nanso na esi ene wo petu minti wo si metwam ena yuji ahi okasa ma Akufo-Addo te wo sa na awusu ni ti o se posterity nipa nya obi nipa ye bad Bawumia is now pretending to be an opposition leader in his own government E11 una de bae Bawumia de oyekobra Bawumia betting tax una wo de bae Obi ya kasala wo sre eya bi pese wo media is any pa ye bompa ya ye mobi ma no eyo mampenye Akufo-Addo because why mobo you see success they say has many fathers but failure is an orphan indeed and I'm say Akufo-Addo oja economy ni nyina ma Bawumia adia all the economic policies say yes say ukosusu bibi kire Akufo-Addo na Bawumia en kan kire Akufo-Addo say onya we ye hwan on few and why implement Bawumia ideas because he said Akufo-Addo is a lawyer obi anim Asempa what the Bawumia ideas nyina ye adwuma and afi Ghana economy asay fi Bawumia and eyi na me ntobi that question you ask me okay say what do I have to say about Bawumia and now person or stigmatize it ostracize it twene hu firi Akufo-Addo ho no demo de Akufo-Addo ne tu ne fu kire ni bibia oba nipa mu a no wa begu papa na nimu ase because onim se wagu ono Bawumia no wasay oman no wasay oman ni sikasam Akufo-Addo de share nsa but we want Ghanaians to understand something Bawumia wo position osi o bisa 170 questions obi ukai on the economy ukai do bisa no
there's been a rebuttal from the office of the vice president sir. He did not ask 170 questions and no maybe
he never asked 170 why is saying 20
let me
na saying and 170 no bizarre questions
anyway Krobia Asante say unim Krobia Asante office of the vice president
me who social media na me say the name
I say no 170 questions were posed to Mr. Arthur it was 170 statements to NDC and Mr. Arthur after he and the NDC countered Bawumia's speech in 2016. There were no questions in there. He told the NDC to expose his speech of 170 paragraphs.
Okay.
In the direct questions or so
you say kasa ketreman pro.
Yeah.
Ya kasa asem na oti ase. Se nipa bia wonu mu asem na ye di bebu afo. Hwe. We your Twitter Bawumia or tweet
yes.
On the 5th of December 2016. Now about 8:48 p.m. Obekwa kwa di ni ile dua no kra no Twitter. I say hello friends. Please, how many of the 170 statements and claims on the true state of the economy did the vice president answer today?
In the other questions, consistent with
so then why did he say did he answer? What did we answer?
So he had delivered a speech, and that speech the NDC had counted the speech.
Yes.
And now Onobeka said the NDC should expose him on the speech he
presented. And Mr. Atta says 170. Nyama no kan mu de he no yi ano ade ntina obi se misata na misata de on de no nyame itu no ye driver minu ya utwa nkontompo ma usafo ayira wo da abonte
some ye ne fo ano
na wodua nkonkonsa buru a efifi unan ho look Bawumia onti ase se wonye mate oye co-pilot yes, a vice president is not a mate because mate de ehia se all license are now with him driving. But the vice president, you know, Susudria, Yedususu Mampenyin, and one Yedususu, he must meet the same requirements, eligibility requirements of the president. Vice president, untumi yinedi, but mate, yetimi yinedi at any time. So driver niwa, mate, untumi nkotwi kama no. Because they be no ni license impo.
I just a mate or license.
Yeah, but it is not a requirement to have a license to be a mate. By vice president or Mampenyi. That is why they are elected on the same tickets. By coming on the ticket, you know, what you have to say was submitting to the leadership of Sao Mampenyi. No? And so Mampenyi at the par a Yamunina na moye. So was say or minor to say the no minor say a Yamunina na moye. He has the ultimate responsibility because he is the president, the primus inter pares. But Bawumia has the direct responsibility because he's the chairman of the economic management team. And unti sadia wo ye na mofra kra ye den esre no. Na no na ama obi hu say ampa sa wonim say economy no wase no ampa. Because I won't say economy no. Why are you running away like a coward from your own record? So what's it what modern economy ni mu chen obi
the record he defended with almost 10 pages
defended what record?
Oh, now one can
defended what record? Show me one economic index or matrix. And nay, a papa chain, the NDC, the share.
No, because you said he was running away from the record.
Obi.
But he didn't. He defended the record.
I've answered your first question by way of preliminary.
I get you.
And I want to conclude by saying this, that and somewhere Bawumia ka ye ni nyina no, nyema miensa. Number one, busrim ka nkontompo ni atro.
Okay.
Number two, flimsy and ridiculous excuses for Ghana economy na or dia bofo no was say your mind na ye won kire ye no. And number three, boshetro 419 na da ofiri so obeka na magana fo yetimu ye den ya to abama no. These are the three things. Now, we say the proper
very well.
Then I will go into the statement.
Richard, so
I think we can now go into the statement.
Sure.
Okay.
What is Same? Wakasa, maybe why he thinks Dr. Bawumia is free in the record. Do you have anything in the speech to counter Nensema Wakemi into me, Pacho?
There's a Dr. Bawumia Adriani record and I say all true president and the boss a manifest something kind statement na wonko kind no ndai they okay can there's no such thing he be any hosa he owned the record me kind line ba kumpo echere amawote. Now I'll do two things here and he say
obi my sense sorry Rich
wakasa we manenkasa
me just a second round he said
don't worry okay. No mame.
All right.
Obi.
Started 5:20.
Obi Asemo. I was say some media dey na agro. Agro nko a. agro kwa but again so nya agro nipa life and here dey come asabi dey agro sabi he be you yo now you young man te obi sami ye nyoma mse titru na de ba ko pe no ye na hase eni say opesa otwa asem to Dr. Baumiaso na otwa to ni su wi a wasan ka say economy no ana say Ghana economy no enye president and a war in charge but a Baumia and in charge of the economy owie su wi a o say Baumia aye boniaye otiasia ontiasia it's tautology complete confusion in Sami's mind. First thing and now me need this ankomo yi na me kire say vigorously no so mo pa yenso betumi dia agro na ye sorry aka so president former president Mahama or ye trofo and so bimbada na ne say wo bo stream aka ne ye ka gu nipa nfi ba o mia woni ade ba ko a o ka afa na wo so we intro. Number 1 obi okay some global info analytics a research company no a will be project. I don't believe in the research they bring me amene papa no Musa Dankwa share city asemo aba in a matter of 3 days or so I collecting national data and we better city na me dey discussing business or collecting data that way there's record we to mark check it is hard no ye skirmishes no assemble niama they are no kanga kansam into what it was a project into almost start here force ya say be ya election time we no ma be a reference point. They are so predictable and this if we they are so predictable oma hihye adwuma yi say nemu no say betra ha say ewiase ha nyina da be na global info analytics buy enye wo kwa na aka EIU anka ne refi say EIU ho o say global info analytics is the ewiase ha nyina omo aye researcher yegidi that's what you said. That's what you said na obi catcher or say EIU
so eka ho ya
but in
Ghana omo ye
no problem Ghana how mo bad abey ye ka election and as a polling Ghana ha EIU on bad abey.
You mean global info analytics?
Global Asempa global info analytics on bad project so be kotira be kansem we obi say ka say evidence say nipa we wono wo trufo a esi say ade no esi a evidence e wo ho pacho ja say 2020 na e okrom ha ena ye kwoto aba ye wie ya NDC for lusu ye no former president John Dramani Mahama catch NDC for so mo win election inti omunko street am koyeba dede na oyene ka kitikiti nkanipa ewi ewo EC4 lemu ho exa catch omo MPs led by Honorable Haruna Idrisu omo march fi parliament they say omo ko EC because omo leader former president Mahama catch omo say omo win election inti omunko onkoye basabasa eje sa no kai ama ko wie chire mo general secretary now chairman kasa de no mundim se omalusu nipa we ayo obi adi nokure obi a o ka nokure ono no. Number 2 se o ka ade se nipa ondi nokura obi a ye kronfo ye otrofo bajo o dia se so in essence no obi a ye corruption a glorified description of chrono bajo o dia se glorified description ti o krom ha 2016 na Asempa there di say yeah, the Ford expedition be amobi a compromising the panel for purposes of gaining contract. A verified if idea a see and yet after obo sri mwakana man for during a team say a yampa na say yampa. A idea see kroma. So the two feel or the two pull ni mo or the two hifo yeah the mawo say we inti I aseda so ma misa contract we obi. Adeno esi na aye corruption aye chrono obi ewiase ha aye we anase Ghana one former president and who asem amanone aye airbus issue yeah other countries or prosecuting crofo are jailing crofo or sadie croyi ho no ye former president and who ka ho airbus issue we say oh yeah so on yeah so beka no kre so on ka no kre no it's evidence of obia untumi njinindi because asem no ye hunu so but what I say I asem wa ekonkon ho ye say wo ka ho wo say menka ho ka ho menka ho sa nipa no who make a decision about that person no obi. When a company here there na so for the baby now on his clearance check no so when we say papa we say he was involved in Airbus no maybe who make a decision okay say we there say we enka we Airbus one yemfa we say nipa no ayo bia to be GDD sansem we nyina ho yempese ye beka because anya no na Ghana for ehwehwe because baby a ye wo say no ye pray dey ahwekwa babo Ghana ho ban anya agro ana say ye kan sem keke Obi, the make us so na move akobenimu ene say. Nsem a sametra haka nyina ene de aka ba be kan nyina no. Omo kan 20 friends saying 2017, 18, 19, 20 ene de coalition mo ko lusi. Tasam foforo bi enu ha woka. Sa de ya mo se ba olaya ba ode bemba e project almo start fitity. Somebody mu say inevitably no. Baumia will become MVP's flag bearer. Into almost started to define him as a liar. And no creda. On car the crummy maka Airbus, say no crew, say no crew, aba. Maka Ford expedition no crew, aba. Maka 2020 election. Ah, yeah. Or Jina Ho, catcher say, oh, ye winnie, Abraham, one with him in house, and more Lusua, or Moko court, Echo Haubia, Johnny court. Ah, a chile cramp, no, I will lose sooner before, say. General Secretary, I said, Dunketia. I know your chama, Baba can't no crane at all, so at all say, Ghana for ye, Nimuseni, Lusuno. Now, or describe Supreme Court, they say, unanimous 9 or said the man or the Edio Matam. Into we share the confession of General Secretary, I said, Dunketia. Now we share the decision of the Supreme Court now. Obi, Supreme Court, I abonne. Because one of them say what do so adiano. And I will call you so pepe Supreme Court ni omo nyina ba kumpo enfrim. Okay 2013 election petition. Anya crojin say 2020 dey no. Because asemo no na no kura wom. Entina nipa na adwene nsipi. And ba akupe and a talk so ma omo winning. But when ye call you no complete unanimous decision. And amu no kura so nyamia on pe bone. Would you see the Supreme Court attempt, but why General Secretary? Say, I'm more corner, ye nimu say, I did equi. No crabby and cajon, and ye deco. Ye trefianca beboying. Trefianca beboying. Sir, a incitement here, former President Mahama, a year, Yama, NDC4, Echo General Street, so I said the only demonstration said the best, said Nipa will yank or wuka. Sir, Nipa way won't mean trusted. When ye kase again ye see ye hu nipa ni suban we yentumi ntrasa anya dia wo ba beka asset agenda to nipa trimu so papa we ye see onye papa obi beka kire me se onye ni papa pa kwan pa se me fa so ne se me bisa because me hu ade bi a wa ya ye bone a me no asetremu no se me tumi gina so kase ni pa bone sami a o kase no oni ade ba ko our former president, vice president Mahama Baumia who say, oh no, we no why are any travel. Waka economics lecture some honorable Obi. Sami, any NDC for near Sembiaka. Enti Obi Adebakwa, yen Yabe who say a band say, from now on, engage your more in the Asem Dada no Equemo. Ye coining Ghana if you baby ni Abedura. Ye coining. Ye pegana ho bae na abo enye kasa keke say ni na age ye betra studio na ye kasa enye no na ye ba ye obe wie say no o ka assembly just be veer into the economy issue o ka assembly so give me one macroeconomic indicator na say better than I said yesterday and now me catch say he's suffering from selective perception. And it's at the end of the whole say, yeah, say, at the end of the whole, no, prefer say, Obaga say, at the end of the whole. Say, Sami Okrum had 2017, ebe drew her. Obe who say, Ghana economy, no, it went through a cycle. Cycle na yeko mono. It's a function of massive external shock. Ebae. Bamono ma imagine say, omon jin tumu say, COVID by. But I'm also na form COVID committee. Na me nimu de obesa omo de. But omo form one. And Russia Ukraine war no eba be exacerbate here. Me show along the line of what happened. I think Obi this uncle ya issue in Audimo. But no all can say, show me one economic indicator. No. Nani re fin ho. Say 2017 Ghana ha. Not the economic indicator in terms of GDP, inflation, exchange rate, and our interest rate. Compared to them, no, now they were nowhere close to it. Just 12 months after they left office. Okay? GDP anana ewo omo abreso by 3.4 no. And 2017, just 12 months after omo free mo no, we grew up to about 8.1 or 8.2% in 2017. So I mean, that is the indicator that's better than Nana Momo Tiswan. 2018, the same thing. Better than Nana Momo Tiswan, 6.5. 2019, better than Nana Momo Tiswan, 6.5. What kind of inflation are from 15.4 na mujayeno? It came all the way down to about 8 and maintained for a period of time. Answer. From 2019, 2020, yes, we started experiencing some instability in that space. Obi, at the point COVID buying, not this economy, and Kasa Omokana and say, and there were vulnerabilities or internal weaknesses. Economy buying and any weakness. Obi, wow, to where I say, Obi, there are underlying conditions, there are health weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Adibi keke ena emaye ena osi hoso. But if from a body be the chances of you getting a cold or whatever is very high. And you know there is no absolute situation in Onyankopo USA. There's no absolute situation. Absolute situation. Be anyhow. And to say IMF nibi, World Bank nibi can say, oh, Ghana's economy, no, now there were internal vulnerabilities and all of that. Now can I brofuna ya oda? You have to understand, say Sanka, that external, the internal weakness, it wouldn't have created the situation we were in. Because 2017, and I said 2016, a better example for Samine the NDC for 2017, now you buy now or more economy, no matter pansam na a decline, Not weaknesses anyhow. Not our weakness in no more canon. Never ho, boy. And you're building it up in 2017, money call 8.2. So never ho. 2018, never ho, and you're building a money call 6.5. Of what I say. And the presence of any weakness does not show, say, you fall sick if you protect yourself. So nka COVID and ba obi. Ono to me betena ha nka se ba omia ma lecture. E ma na economy no atiako form. The amount attack from COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. Period. Ghana, I say, can't na media, and I'm dimu who yaw. Them dimu who yaw because a kodu baby, now my a friend is saying, but by design of your structure, no, we are referees. Inte do baby, so to me, some say, Jagrono, dear Bruno, yeah, a dear, and my queen, one, I say, and so yeah, Momo are different from their Dr. Baumia there, but nka vision for vision. Hey, yes, our discussion. To be same way we are, me vision, but me the almost edeba. But what I say, 70-point vision, and home command ebedi every hair corner. Ye no mun ni sa asem dada no bio, ni ye boy sire mu akansam ni ye twan tro guni paso na wo ye kromfo akufo ado ye mobo ensem basa. I want to say, we anye we and the idea o mine. Yes, answer market we when your communication we attempt die. I attempt die your communication bia. Enti no yan kasa answer mo. Enti economy way. Everything Dr. Baumia said about this economy. Nyamia on pe bonding. Nyamia nasem or car say ya net sa 2017 year by everything we said President Kojina Parliament and all bought Baumia Basono. Not that time or not economy no na jana naso or car sasa na come jana naso enti enne na economy jana naso because yadia ba on fan susu nipa no abrana o jana naso obi the last time I who abedipele obo 1992 that was the height of Ghana football in terms of African Cup in history till now the farthest ayako at that time Obi, Pacho Ushe, ball aye bono I was seeing go. Abedi Pele onya yellow card one ball finals. And me kulusuma Ivory Coast. If it's a no Ghana football anye yi. But that time no ye decide Abedi Pele ni jira we nim say onini. Na ye say de Abedi Pele eko jira park bi so mbobo ma unhwe na. It's not the same person. But what I say. Things have changed. Events have happened in life wa. Akoso amase eneno economy no abafom. Na dean na baye. Se make Abedi Pele asemi onyini natural say nipa obenyi nti onye practice biom nti sa. Ya de COVID I baye no. Na ama say nsemo a ne edwuma ya ye a amagana ekoni nimu no. Atwiasa no eno nkyere se ya nya edwuma eno nkyere se Abedi Pele no onye the best player in Africa yes say Abedi Pele jira park so we Ghana ni a wo akukudro anase ogidie say at the end of the day no Ghana be winning nipa bebre ka say sa final na wan bo no na ma Ghana yentumi enwini cup no but what I say enti Dr. Bawumia Assembly oka ye bia manebesi say ye winning election 2016 no obi San Semuni nya ya practical nyoma ye hihye 2017 at the result by 18 at the result by 19 at the result by 2019 obi uti say Ghana was named the fastest growing economy, one of the fastest growing economy in the world. Ghana. Eko do pepe so be in terms of foreign direct investment Ghana will surpass Nigeria. It's the same Bawumia. Inti President Bona Baswa Odika because ejuma no waye inti oyi COVID free moi nka obi ani Ghana ha na say wiase obetuma convince me say obetuma convince me say nka 2019 economy grow 6.5 no nka 2020 economy go 0.4% obi ani ho logic bi ani ho obetumi de akere mu say obi ugira ona so say na echena o performance obiara nim Ghana ha say obi de o tramark de chia delivery na adebeche echena na obetena ha na afi de unhunu nyoma a wankasa wo tumi ye and I said they also run the project na one time no untumi nye bio obi so obi hwesa ade ne na esi wo so ana say toa beka say bibi ha obi yanka say obi abon because ye nim obobre patriot I say this is the matter and the NDC for nye nkrofa oni omotra edi nkomo a omodi nkomo a esoso so edeko because omotwitwa asem ni si because nukure na sambi ni party bedia nka omeka akwakosi se 2017 18 19 no mu ya ade na de na si nti amanya ade 2020 ne ya do musuko ho no na ombehunu ho na nukure ne beba but ye omonye nukurefo amodi nkomo a omoka ba to asem so no nti no omoka asem ma ne twitwasi nti on the record Obi, Bawumia, there is no evidence. So, baby, Google online now who say, Obi Atro baby say Bawumia is a liar, Bawumia is a liar. Who net here say NDC4 and a pushes agenda no online. Bawumia and Kujina baby and the introbia, as I say, or Sefata say a friend or trofo. 2. Obi a person friend or trofo Ghana ha. Ah, Nankasa, ni ye. Huh? Nyoma wa ye. Nyoma waka etre so ya trofo a former president John Dramani Mahama me no ya me pese mekeka nsem sei but wakwa aba na meke bia boa no se opo bia ye se e friend o trofo a sa nipa no de fie sa nipa no osomo no sa nipa no na o promote se Ghana for ye mfa nembra na sa nipa kro ya no obi massively in 2016 Ghana for ye ni bie and ye hu ne bobre de juma obetumi aye ne de wontumi nye ene ye nyina te ase se papa yi omwa Ghana ene ye to aba etwe ne saaye enti onu dada no a na ye de ne ba enti o ma dwene se on be go bi hu fi na one na ye pe Debbie Dr. Bawumia is the vision Ghana has been looking for and Richard, he carries that vision enti enye na friend is saying Dr. Bawumia and obeka say oye otrofo
very well
portrofo a His Excellency John
Dramani Mahama. Richard, I have one. Richard, let's answer about Hobby, and then you take us through your 70-point vision. But Adom FM, Eddie Jumedi air but this Val's Day, a friend of Chewodo Valentine 2024. Chewodo Valentine 2024. And a special promotioner. Yede bremo na yebusa se odono o shase saint your do ashase how did you meet your loved one? Let's celebrate love by telling our unique stories of our lives to win exciting prizes this Val's Day. Inti mayenhu wodono ashase na yenam so ebeche wade kama participation here easy. And also tell us how you met your lover in a brief video into your video. And also your voice note. Let's send the bro WhatsApp number with 0540 106 467 0540 106 467 or upload on your personal socials and tag Adom 1063 FM with the hashtag Trewodo on Facebook, on Instagram and X for a chance to win exciting prizes. It must include your contact details. And there's a upload our personal handle on Twitter or account on Facebook and all of that. Add your contact details. Love stories will be featured on Adom FM and associated social media handles for likes, shares, and comments. And the 14 unique stories will get to be celebrated on Val's Day. Submission is 7th. It is submission ended on the 7th of February. Yegusua ye veti applications are and the winners will be announced in due course. Kai say Adom Trewodo Val's Day promo is sponsored by DBS Roofing, your roofing expert, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. Phone Papa Efie. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Anyways, inti adofo no mama yentie we siman yeba Sami Jemfi kasa after this very very short break here basisia.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie Samsung nie Nokia nie iPhone nie say your printers or mobile phone accessories Franco Trading Enterprise afa ono ani TV aye this satellite any ultra panels abomuma
Facebook say uko Franco Trading Enterprise page na say likes number 100,000 ayo mo any omunidra sasu na www.francotrading.com Android app aye Franco Trading Instagram aye @Franco Trading na nipa body for dosunti Franco e di momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby Nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco Community 1 water works ne denim here. Cycle opposite Odor Rise. Madina 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa Franco opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And our prayer number is 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future, a pan-African future. Together, EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hey, Pedro, Nansen, who ya Pedrianu?
Ama Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules no menum yeno. Menum wato soma. Ena Nansen wo se obesore na me na ho. Eya na me kwa jogging. Ahode na bedwa. Mitimi nante afuru sane a. Menti brebium sanse emoja ne timi free adwuma. Ana immune system no so eye na adwuma.
Kingdom Herbal Center for Dre. Ena wudi ho adanse no.
Men na mesi wo se de ofura mefro wusane nso a mesane.
Anya kwadwo mesime di asem asio. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules na daroma. Ene amama yo Betsima.
Oyiwa Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules dra Food and Drugs Authority for Ajatum a boost to immune system. Why kesi boost obesity wedropa eni ana rheumatism arthritis. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules. Mo pedo to Enko Kimberlin Avenue. Okaishi Drug Lane. Ewo Enkran. Drugstore BMU with Sabetimia Kebi. Betimia Free Kingdom Herbal Center for 0275 804064 and 0302 938153. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules.
No challenger.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
Confidence of the football community.
radio, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease with a simple click. Access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
One expert. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. Ani nkunim die nkwa. Download the One Expert app no. Na your deposit ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Jack. Wait now open. To make a register with oneexpert.com.gh. Now use the promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit. So One Expert ma be brave. Gambling one truth to can wash a year. Ma wa wundi if you do what. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to way atum.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94. Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadi no asogo so awotie no ma yana mo ase ne ma mu nyina akwa baby o check with your time 49 after 5 lawyer Sami Jemfi wa National Communications Officer of the NDC, Richard Ahiagba Director of Communications for the NPP. More messages ni bebre na aba. I will be reading them for you after Sami Jemfi makes his presentation. Na moa ebia unya ye WhatsApp number no, the number to send your messages to no 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. I mean Kyle say your discussion segment Tabia Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil and a Franco Trading Ebuayin na yede April. Same ma yentio me pacho.
Obi, me that's it. Didi kain me pese me sre me nua Richard. Onim se menene de ye enuafo. Me pena Asempa because I think he's one of the few gentlemen in the MPP.
Asempa FM.
The message say we kasa mu no, ye de ni die be mai ho. Because o hwe me a me kasa no. Mama no antia me nua no. So enti ma ye nye ne se kasa twitwie na obi di agro na obi yese. Because se me start say me ye bia, ebia na anye me nua ne de. Enti we de e nyina ye mfa nya futu. Obi de etoso mienu. Em se we fidie ye so. Na ye ba ha so na ye kasa ni petie yen. Eno nti asem bia meka bia na nam se minim se omo mutie ye no efam waba na omo di suade no. E wo se ye di adanse ye ka ho. Meka kire wo se bawomia wo position no. Bisa amisa ata 170 questions. Ema wo ka se nya no kre. Na ne office issue statement bi se ni musa. Obi story e kita mi na tifi asem bawomia chases amisa ata answer my 170 questions. Dates November 14 2016 City FM online in Nikitame. Na quotation na ewomunini Bawumia Nangasa Echo Central Region. Let me read the first paragraph. It seems the Vice President Kwesi Bekoe Misata will have no peace until he answers the 170 questions on the economy challenge posed him by the running mate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. This is because Dr. Bawumia went to the Vice President's hometown in Mori, in the Central Region, looking for him to answer the questions. Quotes. This is a direct quote. I hear this is the Vice President and Mr. Ate's hometown. Is that the case? I have been looking for him. He has 170 questions to answer, and he has been running away So tell him I came to his hometown and he should answer the 170 questions. There is nowhere to hide again. Unquote. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Avida meka na enokra na enya nokre. Obi, emotinko enokra na enya nokre.
Oh, so me ready crobby asante message or the send him na meka.
Who says ankrofo omu they say you di akire ni sua you di kan nante. Omo boss no your trofo. Do you expect them to speak the truth? Do you expect them to speak the truth? No credit, no credit. Sankrofo no ebi ni omanum. Adansi nini. Na wo se wakwa misata kromu chi sini say on answer 170 questions. Misata no a president. Obi no a president. No nya vice president. The entina na obi sa nesa. 170 questions no because Osei as vice president on na a chairman of the economic management in Meboa. Enti any questions about the economy but we na say Asei in 2016 no Osei misata and also ye de ho ntansa bono into ono na me questions na no ada na wanko yewura mahama krum obole anka say mahama na me questions na no in much the same way ene Ghana ya ye ton wa ye nto ya ye free a ye ntua ya ye pa adwuma ye nya bi omani mu aye den a aban omukura waba omobosi aban ni ntimi ntua na wa mo haircut ye debt ye economy bibia pascal man na ye bola economy no ehwo sobuo ni nyina te se de bawomi ade ball omampenyi dada abedi omampenyi abedi akire dada misata no bawomi e ka kire se ono na responsible per this awoye anamebwa so yesi abaye de botechi no enya no na de boba. Why must a misata be measured by one standard na edu bawomi aso de ayen set new questions. Enti Richard onyanya atwom no no mo di bawomi akire no omunya so musua sa atoro no na emoa wo mo de etoso mienu obi me ka se Ghana fo eni bawomi mu gidie esan nkontompo a watwa emera na obontoa oye lectures oye fora na okeka nsem wakese te se ono de we nyansabo akwa na ono na ye de ne be ye o mampenye be de akire na obe da economy na no a obetumi ya ma ho to ne yedi aba no sansem ni nyina Ghana fo mu se na ya atoro na me mau a scientific survey global info analytics aye and the figures near clear say Ghana force you muni ba womi amugide Richard Muni ya osi netikwa pai hwese ne wesi ya sopa musadankwa ene Ghana info analytics
also pan
osi musadankwa say ono agada data okogada data we enfa and then discrediting them minua openyin gasasa o ya yete nyina yakụ school ya kire say if you want to criticize a scientific survey, it must be based on something. Ebi I will say, Ushemu omokoye no ma anye ni ye because ebi omo sample size was wrong. Ebi their questionnaires and the framing was wrong.
Yeah, but 3 days to gather data across the country, you know, for him.
Who told him that? Textbook when he addressed that anyway. Oh, what did he papaya tempasa? Bene amenu kese. There is no agency, Ghanaian owned agency. Omo year research or Ghana HN Global Info Analytics. All their latest predictions, even MPP primaries, NDC primaries, ni nyina abam. Osi omo nimhwe. Wo so wa ntimi ankyere di nti ade omo ka no enya no kre. Osi EIU for. Oh okay, nti yenko EIU e. EIU for omo so omo nya predictions e John Mahama na be re 2024 na obi mi bisa. Enye oho. Omo ya na omo nye.
Abasa a public record.
Good. Enti EIU for na wo so say omo no wo ho dada no omo so say John Mahama na Ghana for woni mugidi e beto ama no afi de so wa fere Fitch omo bo di abrofo world renowned organization omo say John Mahama na be re 2024 because ono na Ghana for woni mugidi e no so e oh ade no ankwa ma unti udidi musadankwa ni Global Info Analytics. This is the party of intellectuals. The scientific posters are sent without any basis. Obi, me catch no say Dr. Bawumia ye nipa. O ye nkontompo hene o yo trofo. Na manka ne kwa me mawo me nyina so na me nyina so ne sen. Obi ye ka say obi di atoro a ene sen. Oni obi a o ka say we eye nenso no kuremu no eye bi. Obi ana meboa. Entro ne se waka asem bi na sa asem no enim enti me ka say owura ba wo mi aka kire Cape Coast for say o si habo for Friday ama wo mo na habo bi ani ho obi me boa na memmoa
yeah, at the time, but someone paying trade, we yi the call.
Me boa na memmoa. O say we are building. Ni ento blog kra. Ye ento foundation kra. Na je say nipa no your trofo. Hwe examples bebreba me de ma we. MPP communications director otia. Ontumi nkan ba akokra o say we dey Sami Jamfibua. Me ma na challenge we nura wo Metro TV. Say kyerɛ me asɛm ba ko a makasa ba wo mi aka eye ntro. Ah eye no kre. Ni yanka se ba wo mi anya otrofo o so Osame next week what be share me Asempa ha ototo papa so na wo ka for gift. You can't tell me one thing ba wo mi concrete roads the way in 18 months of an MPP government no community will have a water or toilet problem no ba wo mi kan na wanka ba wo mi kan say ehia se ye bobosi aye kwan na wa ye adwuma wo Bank of Ghana the money is here o kan na wanka one student one tablet last year ya that is why you can just parry. You are the communications director. Ni pay you. MPP for nyina kasa mafo no. It was say Sami Jamfi can weigh and what dance ye but wo mi ankasa Sami Jamfi bua. Utimi kwatena show so say 1 week time. Ade ache what dance sorry. Untumi point bi. Afi de na o meka me ntia. O say oh and a John Mama na your trophy because John Mama abreso Ford gift buy. And ono a mi ko tu no. O say ya no kre, say nya no kre o e buy. Ah, Richard pa na sa na wote. Wan kasa wote radio so kasa. O say ya no kre o, say nya no kre o e buy. Meaning that the wan kasa wo kan no kra do nim say nya no kre. Ford gift strategy for one him. Obi mi bizao. Constitutional independent body. O wan him. Omo ka say dey no, omo ka say John Mama ye boni bi. Omo say wanye boni bi a. Obi na be che ne car. And or the car ne che o my Ghana. I know my Ghana just use to car.
But he only breached the gift policy.
Yes, but almost say there was no corruption, there was no bribery. Me boy. Was there any bribery? Was he was he found me patcho me answer Okasaman Kabi. Was he found liable for bribery and corruption? Obi mi bizao.
In the Senate report, no.
In the Strad report.
Sorry.
Good.
In the Strad
yes,
report. Strad says he breached the gift policy. But bribery, corruption,
no. Into where I working. Communications director at radio so say the American and you crew and you crew SC.
But breaching the policy for you is no big deal.
Where is it? At the end of the day, no one found the amount of my Ghana. One to them going to Strad just say there is no bribery, there is no corruption. Also Airbus, Martina Midu Nekofa and Asempa. Martina Midu Ankasa a statement to say Airbus Assembly him na be UK brochure. Airbus Assembly Sikran, ye try investigations in Martina Midu. Haven't you read it? No more MPP for no. Why? Also ye twam. Also Mampenya Kufuado Ankasa hu sa Assembly hwi nim no. O Mampenya Kufuado frɛ no say e mane hwehwɛ Assembly mu kura biem.
It's not true, Massa.
According to Martina Midu. Eric, Google the story for me. Yes.
Where is that?
Was it Akufuado was the one 2020 or catch on no Martina Midu say in hwemu no kura wontwa so. Na se bibi wo mu a ade na John Mama da so nam ho. Adanse e kire se wo ye boni bi wo mu na wo yenfa. Obi o wo position, o te akonwa so na mo wo position. Mu di atorogu nanimu asesa. Ene wa bet no position e ko mfie nwotwe. Adanse e ba ko ben na matimi di abase papa wa bokoro no. The man remains squeaky clean. From President Akufo-Addo to opposition can say John Mahama or the $10 million are presidential diaries. Adanse way. John Mahama were inflating Ridge Hospital project, Kumasi Airport project. Adanse way. On where dia trosa no nyame gumu animu ase. Enti na muti opposition. Muti abemu and am woda so kasa. John Mahama abokro no a obi on mo election. Ka evidence no move am. Then John Mahama can say we in the 2020 elections but not running into your trofo. Massa. Yeah, left page discussion kakra. Bobby, what is he talking about here? Say yakwa to aba. Now opposition leader free say warene. Now o free say yesisi no. Now the asem na court. And no be see that. Now Akufo-Addo 2012 one kasa warene election. Bibisa. Yeah, the court Supreme Court will lose. In the Akufo-Addo say your trofo. Look at this warped logic. Why? I don't know what me argument because say. Obi. Share. Yes, say asem we ni adanse ni twa asem ne fa bi ne dia adanse even though say me nua asem na o kan no aba mahama metimi a chirechiri mu amu se eni nyina so bia no no ankasa so agye atum se eni nanso bia because asem na ya nukura nya nukura o asi so ho bibi wo mu e nukure bibi ba kwa wo mu e nukure pa na se nipa mu di atoro no dodo na omota bokro no pa omoye kata hyehye ne dwirimfo enu nti ena owura ba wo mie ya ma kyerɛw atoro a watwa obi antimi dispute ba akokora no wabo man yikro no PDS papay ekosesa bank guarantee requirement into insurance guarantee sesa free condition precedent to subsequent de chire nyina ne se o de Ghana Japade ECG asombo 20 billion cedis ekoma frakadamfo bi aye from PDS o monhwe so abra no mu ni nkrata edi adanse se omu di mu so mu betimi ahwe Japade no so no bawomia ahwe enuti Ghana actually $2 billion according to IE bawomia rice master dienti nenne won kan kire me bawomia director of administration your friend Ekosiise or bawomia office adenti na special prosecutor adenti
because related to
how is that related
how is
to
that
him?
Bawomia's problem
Obi
crime.
I mean crime Obi who tie
yes
we general manager for Asempa FM
yes
who betumi afa multimedia for letterhead actual letter akoma port for say businessman I ono de ne mo 14 containers abagana oh boss kenansa anakwesi twum ehia e de akoye Ramadan donations obi mu waboka upese wo wia na krono ade ye de Ramadan donations na ye che nipa krona multimedia force ye ni mo hwe obi a na twere letter no but obi da so ya adwuma wo multimedia what be that? Why is Ekosiise still working in the office of Bawomia? Because what threatening Bawomia say we media meka me menya nkramoni me nche Ramadan mo
threatening the way
nanka die nti na Bawomia suru say we say Bawomia issue statement say letter na branch and tray no he's still working there as I speak today. Ekosiise working there as I speak today. Go and ask. Now if we say President Mahama na tie akonwa so and I am fan say nyame mpangu me de mfanto wunti nyame mpangu me nua sandobe on the President Mahama ye adwuma and on the President Mahama letterhead actual letter akoma port for Commissioner General say munua obi moma President Mahama nko Ramadan donation and a President Mahama say oni wo hwe na so oda so ne stand and e konna krana oni na ye adwuma enka Richard Anyagba ne MPP for beka de for gift impo a charge for we mu a yes hwe ni mpo so kasoka na Bawomia ono work with Obia were attempted to steal 14 containers of rice. I was unimore. By your conduct, it means Bawomia and the catching on Kobos Akronon. Oh, Christonia or Ramadan Moda.
By the issue being investigated.
Appearance fee merchant
by the police.
Special prosecutor is being prosecuted.
The guy is being prosecuted
by the special prosecutor.
Yes, but the presumption works in his favor. Innocence until proven guilty.
But he's being prosecuted, and nobody has denied it. The office has accepted
but he's
it.
innocent until proven guilty. So if a decision is taken to sack him, even when the court comes to the conclusion of the matter,
but the vice president has dissociated his office and himself from the letter.
It doesn't take away the presumption.
Master, you can work with presumptions. I am working with facts contained on letters. The letterhead of Bawomia. I mean, to us on anytime. Bawomia, Minister of States.
Yes.
Charles Dubois. Say, or no, the businessmen they call Bawomia ho. Na businessmen na Bawomia bribe $200,000 because Bawomia there. Saha no the Flagstaff also. And yet nipa totohwe akwabi. Minister of State. Ain't rich? Where the men know ya drink say omo di turo no omo ye corrupt ba. That is why Bawomia is this corrupt, and that is why he can't fight corruption.
How is he corrupt?
How is he corrupt? And
based on the Edu Buahin.
Onye corrupt ko PDS obema nipa be bu ebukata obeboa nipa se momra baba fo a omu ni sika di kapreba. Mon ko fa 419 fraudulent insurance guarantee MFA ECG. Enyo Bawomia na ye. Have you baba fo? Akwani events I used to ex barber shop the PDS onyo na we 28%. Onya baba. Onya Bawomia down for no. na wo dwen Ghana ho a wo the ECG eja pade 220 billion bema baba for a they don't have a bank guarantee, they don't have an insurance guarantee.
Characterization is not fair.
It's not fair.
You don't
do that. The bottom line is say PDS for be GG light bills 1.5 billion. E meka Ghana nsa. Why na amana basa ye ba wumia na boa wo momoboy krono. Contained in the FTI report, he chaired the meeting that changed it from a condition precedent to subsequent and from bank guarantee to insurance guarantee. Appearance fee bibia ho. Now obi utie minua Richard and some no kwesre. Also economy ni dia say na economy na say no COVID-19 ni Russia-Ukraine war. Sa say mu nyai kama Ghana fo nyai tie. Nobody believes that lie. Obi Osei before COVID in my na economy ni it grew 8%. Number 1. Economy no grew 8% in 2017 no. Enya mo fancy a.
Asempa FM.
Because President Mahama Abreso munya metena konya sompo no na IMF, World Bank, EIU ya obo mudin. Omo a predict say Ghana Eric sorry no mame Ghana economy EIU and what site EIU so remember EIU statistics and go EIU said in 2016 that Ghana's economy will grow by 8% in 2017 namunyo die into no mokasa because now John Mahama the nation builder the new mapenti Ghana nya 2 additional oil fields ababeka ba ko pe jubilee fields na o mampenyi ku for dijana no. In 2017 the oil and gas sector grew by 80% and over. That is why growth went to 8%. Unim hu matching because 2 additional oil fields are 10 and Sankofano, Mahama and Dubai. Sena many minua obi. Kra na edi president na onu ye president na me ye vice and kebeba.
Ye born your matro kan kra nka sele beba.
Because 2 oil fields, job ama ye adwuma na yi. Opanyin pa wa ba be di abusua panyin we judge apade papa. Ti nkra ne ba no mudi de. Ebiem oba ye no de ntia na economy ni ye kakra ni EIU we ni say we dey o say EIU for nkwa no ji omudi. December 18 2016 EIU foretells 7% economic growth for Ghana in 2017. This was December.
So 8%.
Metwaso obi. Temiye.
Me too.
Ebiem obetena konwa so no. Na John Mahama ban 2015 omo de yakọ IMF program. Enti na yenya $937 million. Obi, sa sika no. John Mahama nyamu be $300 million pe. Akufo-Addo ne ba womi aba emu $600 million aka omu ne nyae. And because of that IMF program, now economy no enya credibility and enyema started koye ansakra na mo ba. Enunti program no was lasted for 3 years from April 2015 or 2015 to 2018. But when me who say John Mahama IMF program ended and then be or extended 1 more year to 2019. It was because of the 2 additional oils that John Mahama de buy and the IMF program and into the economy no it grew sir. Na COVID-19 IMF program ended 2019 na no started so mudi sika no.
Asempa FM.
By 2019 ko na wie na COVID de maye na Ghana ka adu 225 billion March 2020 before we recorded COVID. Now your debt to GDP a free 56% as at Mahama Abreso in December 2016. Now kwa could do 63%. What the below the line items can na cost 70%. Na economy ni say manufacturing sector was on the decline, construction sector was on the decline. Now COVID the maye no more this kind of say no. Eti COVID no maye kra na economy no foundation I then I say. That is why a World Bank country director Mr. Laporte can say enye COVID nkwa na ase Ghana economy because economy na yare dada ansa na COVID eba obi meboa na why na nim sikasem. I'm a student of economic policy. Why na nim sikasem obeka cho say economic management is mutually exclusive from external shocks. Yakase obi enim sikasem ntoto ye obi manage economy. It is made up of the internal and the external. And nothing about women position catch say if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will do what? Expose you. So fundamentals was strong. Now shock absorbers, your friend buffers, strong one. External shocks no beba enya susanso bia kese ewo economy ni so.
Is that always
true? Minua, mami ka bibi ncho. Adenti na COVID. Na enye pandemic.
a pandemic.
A chance we are seeing COVID no be Uncle Cote d'Ivoire. Ebi Uncle Togo. Ebi Uncle Burkina. Ebi Uncle Nigeria. Other than mama you make try enwe nyina obi aniwa ne ka mene no na wonti bintu aneka. How come none of them have defaulted on their debt? How come none of them has lost access to the capital market? How come say mama we nyina obi anywhere no ye baller economy? How come? How come say Africa 54 countries Ghana and your interest rate okoje besia nsi hu no the highest in the whole of Africa for 2 consecutive years. Yanko na COVID ba. Mu free say Ghana for uhuru yenim kosura na. Mu free say Ghana for the excuses are too much. COVID in my no say economy no. Say COVID na the reason there and was say kan aman ye twa ye nwahie nyina obi aso default. Obi aso akọ IMF say ye default ye ntimi ntua ye ka ye debt exchange. Cote d'Ivoire omo ye debt exchange bi ho. Nigeria ye bibisa. So it is not COVID. In any case, COVID yare e ba ye. Abakra ba beboa mo amafa ho te se bro nya we akoko. COVID nti sika MPP fo manya. Ene de mo wia ye betumi aka.
De mo wia ha.
Hey, unim. COVID according to the Auditor General Eka Ghana born COVID hu nyina PPEs, free water, free diaben, enyama ye nyina testing, contact tracing, ni nyina ho ka 12 billion cedis. Me bo na memwa. According to Auditor General, COVID kroya ma 22 billion cedis. Eno mpo no na wonyanfa second $1 billion from IMF, special drawing rights link kan ho. What they can ho now the sike bi e ba chiri kan ho a 30 billion cedis. COVID in 20. Then say COVID cost Ghana 12 billion. But Ghana 30 billion. COVID so fast. You know the reason why COVID came 2020, 2021. You what 2022 aba, 2023 aba, you what 2024. Unim the entire solo mu blame COVID no. Because it can be ba ye because of COVID no. Omu chichema omu party for what is a bull fruit. Corona America no. Yesi bomu chiche finsu ase be catch us or then tell me where you need a chinye. Felicia Tete, Saderigu no MPP parliamentary candidate. Banudenia bed ye chirema MPP, ewo isirema mentifi. Osei, COVID is ikano non kwa yemani.
Ode wano esi ama Wakasa more than 20 minutes. More than 20 minutes.
2 billion. Constituency executives, 10,000. That is how they distributed the money. Kocheke Auditor General's reports. Enya atesem my company be contract modern security printers. So monkoye education on COVID-19 safety protocols in secondary school 14 billion OCDs. The Auditor General says the money was paid, the work was not done. Yet to infidie $250,000 medical equipment. Yemfanko hospital seni payare. How wicked can you be? They diverted it, sold it, and chopped the money. Auditor General neka. Mafa COVID when the disika Modiaye campaign 2020. What say economy in area was a COVID-19? So nobody can blame COVID. Obi, share. Bawomia speech ya waken. Dear Richard, I don't know how crash him. You've given him 2 opportunities to speak on the speach. Ontimi nka de ba kokra ba omi aka de adwuma ba na de
no say afi no so obaso 70 point vision.
But the point I am making here, and this is the last thing I will say about this COVID excuse. Obi emra MPP for nansi omo ka say Ken Oforiata onko fie no. Ken must go. Their own MPs came together. According to their leader, Osei Bonsu, say, oh, MP say, one mrashe baby mu nyina ko benkrom say
Asempa FM.
Ken Oforiata or your main photo sound for Uncle Tenefie. The entire almost because we mismanage Ghana economy. So they themselves, in their minds, in their conscience, they know say the problem is mismanagement. Nasenka economy now say no. And inflation 23%, interest rates the highest in Africa, and the unemployment all-time high 14%. Say external factors in one are saying there, and the Bawumi had an Ujane a free Akufuadumi. I don't know Ujane. He's running away because he knows it is mismanagement. So stop the excuses. And Ghana for Mutiemi, the rich they can hear him put say, Okotowa Bama and Pipia was saying, because omobeba 2025 economy no say no mo chiro mo a omeka se covid omeba 2026 economy no say na ye ho chire omeka se covid. We don't need leaders all the time. They give flimsy excuses for their own failings and mismanagement.
Okay.
Ye po penyin bia odwene hwe kan o experience why ye be da when is wade hunu jo mahama ono na dum so ba ye wan bele mu obia o say even though a problem na be beto ye it's 1984 1997 2007 I take responsibility me blame past government bia I will fix it and he fixed it. We want problem solvers, not lazy minds who are always giving excuses for their mismanagement, which has destroyed the economy. That is not what Ghana needs. So I'm going to say you can't speech now about Ubiaka and once more. I feel you drew so many time, no one say the about Umiaka, a yano cra, and then a dimpuntu near hoto, any numa.
Mamma says, I'm going to attaining Kalintimeko, Richard, and then you take us through the part of the speech I'll be present Ghana for Beteba and Sanano cocoa dairy milk, a plant-based milk, 100% plant-based milk, lactose free, dairy free, soya free, sugar free, GMO free, and cholesterol free. A 100% vegan milk. It is a vegetarian our milk any. You are guaranteed plant fat, plant fiber, and plant protein. Cocoa milk, is made from 4 essential plants, which your plant BFN rape seeds, your fava beans, your coconut milk, and an apple. Very, very good for your health. Enriched with 14 key vitamins and minerals, ibine zinc, iron, calcium, potassium, magnesium, your vitamin C and E, and more. Ninyine boosted with daily immune system. Now, your 5 different varieties, ibine cocoa unsweetened, cocoa original, cocoa barista, cocoa super, and the cocoa kit aba, and a young kwala de FD Agiatum, the Vegan Society of the UK Agiatum, Oko NS Chemist, Ubenya Biato, Little George Community 2 Hour Tema. Poku Trading Way Dum Kumase Adom Square opposite in Sawin Prison and all Melcom supermarket around the country. Ubenya Cocoa Dairy Milk ni be ato. Ope dudu to 0274 440 180. Na unsu pebi eto obapa product and so Africa Queen Mackerel, obapa sardine and obapa tomato paste and omodia beja. So Ghana for ajia tumpa papa unya Africa Queen Mackerel ni bia ede. Obapa sardine no solid and obapa tomato paste to the Adriani Sewani and so catch their number obe fresh ope do it to 0302668357 obapa tomato paste or say wara wo be check Kingdom Home Realities in Sweden see a dine we ebu cropon Ghana for say oma dino papa ejina ne nine so pedanya to a ho ne wose woko location ye e wo kwan ho serene environment, high standard security, it was stable electricity, nsuo ho backup generators so ho ne bibia kama, and it was strategic location by tourist sites bit to say Ebri Botanical Gardens, Boti Falls, Safari Valley Resort amaka ho asema kyeremo dadai Ekropon Adine was just after Latte Junction. Ebrin so Adine ben Ebri Girls Senior High School drew how be say yes Adine pa any in the Bomadena Kopebi eto. Yeah was special offer utria 50 to 70% down payment. Now the akania spread the amount over a period of 2 years. I will be without interest. In the frame it was 0559 671 144 0559 671 144. Now only in income. Kingdom Home Real Estate, where your dream home becomes a reality. In the moment in Shannon, so Afcon and so air coso any third place and final games no ebebaso over the weekend. Na EcoBank say omo the Visa Afcon promo but the EcoBank can say wo to ade bibia wo ye fa transaction bi a wo ye hono bomodin so be use EcoBank Visa card. Now we use EcoBank Visa card no ede your transactions are EcoBank chawade data bundles, Samsung tablets, cool discount or gift vouchers for shopping. And you don't miss out on these better rewards on EcoBank. If you don't have an EcoBank Visa card, get one today at any EcoBank branch and experience a better way of life. T's and C's apply. And once you buy, na baby anytime you want to pay, please do that with your EcoBank Visa card online or on a point of sale terminal na yenche wade kwa. You know, when you are shopping for fuel, and I say, when you are paying for your fuel, when you are going to eat in a restaurant, if you want to shop virtually or in shop, remember to pay with your EcoBank Visa card. Fraying, it was 0800 003225 for more details. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Richard, maybe I told me into you.
I think that I never acquired me refi
earlier. 10 names. Oh, maybe 10 minutes. Now one more time, Abo. Richard 10. I never acquired.
I'm saying about the questions is
but earlier on, I can say Asempa Sameka, even though it's not consequential anymore, but my main case there's a UBA tribute to Kojo.
Kojo upon Chroma.
Yeah, saying he says Dr. Baumia was instrumental in the 11. You know,
yeah, he was on Joy.
Yes, on Joy. And actually, it was the heading was sensationalized. There was nothing like that in the story. And no one said, Sami Ediabase in Yaswa, and then Yaswa. Obi. Vision.
Yes.
Idea. A direction. And you know, as a leader, no, as a vision. So vision, you know, as a to me steady. Na oman for ehunu say we say in our person na no emma direction say ha say na ode yeko ho no ebeboa ye na ye nyina abubu so na ya hwese ebeboa ya na say emboa enti leader bia say utumi state vision na obi vision nso so enya de a ye ka say sa 70 point a year make yi. That is not the vision, that's the breakdown of the vision. Enti say wo vision no na vision ni mu no e betete nkete na ehu say kwan a wo befa so achieve ade na wakasa wo pese wo ye no anidi na ye di akiri ti yem fatu ho a ene say akolabi betuma aka cho ma mi so menyi ana so pase menyi a be say me be ye a lawyer ana say be me doctor ana say be ye odefo ana say businessman na sa akola no nusu ade hunu na anamo a obetu efida no a oka asa asem no enne be kire say obetumi ababeye sa odefo no ana say sa doctor no opese obeye ana say ontumi beye enti the yewra Dr. Baumia ne vision o state here no say be kind vision no answer ya call the breakdown of the vision no nyoma ewomu na eho no aboyen ama it to be as steady the okay. I think sir okay, so it says okay, my vision is to create a tent big enough to accommodate all our people, to tap into the resourcefulness and talent of our people, irrespective of our different ethnic, political, and religious backgrounds, to channel our energies into building the kind of country that assures a food sufficient, safe, prosperous, and dignified future for all Ghanaians, to create sustainable jobs with meaningful pay for all, and for Ghana to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution using systems and data. Obi, and there me kai say no. Vision. Nanka me summarize am say akola bi so nyi ababa yesi. Now in that statement no. Education. And show say as a society no that vision is driving inclusiveness. Say baka en wabom. It shows self-reliance. It shows domestication, local resourcefulness and using of local talents to develop. It shows ethnic, political, and religious tolerance. It shows security, prosperity. It shows almighty jobs. It talks about industrialization, talks about digitalization, housing, agriculture. That is vision. Now, Okomwa, or say, to realize this vision, Nyoma Obeyeno, and yeah, breaking it down into those 70 points. Now, I shall see Obi for any dream to come true. I said, unya GD. Now, the principal thing Dr. Baumia identify is manifest with the animal and this phone. They say, you need GD or you move. I said, Debiano, at the end, you also yen to me. You also yen to me. Now, the first implementation, and I said, the idea says, to me, now realizes a vision, and they say, GD or you must idea is here, you bet to me. And you know, so it's moving in a direction to grant, say, we'll introduce a certain growth mindset in our curriculum to help build that mindset for us as a people, so that we can believe in ourselves. Obi, then I've been able to me aeroplane, I've been to me Kolankola secondary school, now to me programming, to me coding in your ma, ama koso. So application ya DBIMP na yet to sway the TikTok the way munyan. Baby, based on the education, based on the orientation, so the first thing about to realize this vision, and they say Ghanaians must move away from the mindset of impossibility to possibility. Obi, unyasa orientation the sky is the limit. So the first thing is the liberation of our mindset and the limitation we put on ourselves. And I think, sir, that is very instructive. It will help to unleash your potential, to be engaging the opportunities at Ewoho and Magana. The Medca number 2 and I said 3, which are key cross-cutting. Okay. The first one, person me doing come the tax reform person. Obi, the conversation you're having now is about tax, really. In terms of government fiscal policy. And I only want to say, as a party, your preference, and they say to use tax, you use tax, as a tool to stimulate development and as a production. And be tax share tax, and they say, we the tax way to her. A kwamba so na beboa ama market etumi ayejuma. And you share the situation the tax regime I was saying a tax regime I inherited everything. Nothing has been done to it. So complex, so complicated. I am a Kai. This was been 2022, and I say 2022 was I'm a V84. I say a man for shop. Now train. VAT ticket the way it's just because the tax regime is so constricted. And Braba say to be reformed. Now the reform now is a straightforward reform. A simple flat rate and oko winim oba wichia is the same thing that applies across board. A very easy to comply with, easy to enforce, and a more enfaswopa and say it will help widen the tax net. The entire business be GRA4 bejina omo shop now maka say we have beto ade the VAT ticket yen betro. And he say the pool of people are say tax omo to realize revenue projection limited. And the one yam free omo ho no na samato. So I say we fa kwan bia so to the extent they say it's becoming almost a problem. Say Bikaipa said during that time now I was in Kumasi and you go a month for both for say basa. But you have to do it because it's part of the system not more pretty. So with this arrangement, you pull away from that. Simplify it. Now you apply it across board. Now in addition to that, because it will open the tax net, the possibility of say obenya tax payers and more will be realized in this. Yes. Now, Udo Tise with the Ghana card and using your Ghana card as your tax identification number. By that design, you have expanded the tax. Now, because you have more taxpayers, it is possible when rate in the bar for Mokrana, you can achieve revenue projection. One of the issue say the collection rate no omo a quality fee no is but omo a what tax net no outside no it is edoso it is says sika egu tax net nature no in excess of about 24 billion or so. Now if sir amount no you bet to me even ajibe 2, 3, 4, 5% of it no then here say you be di business way you be audit way say because you pay revenue if you're more aje. So the flat rate tax arrangement is something that will bring relief both to taxpayers, to government in terms of raising revenue, and then to production, because at that point business will be freed to be able to work with predictable tax levels. Production cost. Now production so cost na chere say economy no grow na e so chere say enuma and so ye create enuma. So that's one of the important value of that tax policy. Now the other thing obi person me kan ho asem part of the how we realize this global vision na me kan asem how government expenditure can be cut. When him say obi government expenditure economic tool part of fiscal policy but to me use to stimulate the economy because there is friends economic activity slow down I get demand call for more but to me use government spending to create consumption na no ama activity akoso entino say cut government expenditure and yet they be na positive because it has effect on aggregate demand. Intino a friend say sikan atwa family. So the idea here providing a better way forward. And it's instead of government spending money, say be a to cars and I say to office equipment in your mind here, I said the public administration who do instead of buying a sikatos animal, we'll go into an arrangement where those items are leased. But what I say, instead of going in that way, we'll make sure say we'll lease the item. Now, only see item now. What it does is that it does two things. Obi, one, and it's it cuts government expenditure in terms of initial money. I say would me put it forward to buy those things, and two, maintenance. The maintenance culture in Ghana, very very poor. And if you go into the private sector arrangement now, the private sector because of their ownership and the profit interest, over to me I'm maintaining. And because also of competition, there'll be efficiency inherent in that. The government can get better offers at a lower cost to government, and that efficiency will save government, and then government expenditure will come down. The other part of that too, Obi, is that whilst government is saving money and not spending, it's creating businesses or allowing businesses to grow. Because instead of government, and I say equipment, managing business are doing it now. They now here to make sure say they can meet the demand from government side. So whilst government is cutting costs, there's also creation of employment. The other thing, when we say I
was saying you should add 5 more minutes.
Okay,
oh, that's what I said.
Okay, I say one of the issues, Obi, a problem owing to the Russia-Ukraine war and a cost of living. Now, cost of living, Ghana, it comes from 3 things primarily: energy and transportation. To address those issues, there's a proposal which is saying, we have to move away, especially public transport, to reinvest in public transport through electric vehicles to make sure, in achieving lower costs and predictable costs for public transport. When you invest in electric vehicles, you are able to then cut the costs. Because then, fuel cost, it's something that is inevitable. back to the cost of production, and therefore young consumers, But if you are able to remove that from the equation, then you have the opportunity to then reduce the cost of, friend is saying, transport. The same way, in terms of agriculture, the inputs, I think I was going to read you that paragraph. The investment in agriculture, full sufficiency, if you attain full sufficiency, you are able then to keep prices low. And if you achieve that, Obi, then you are in a process of making sure that cost of living is coming down. Now, in terms of energy, one of the key things is the transition from fossil fuel into green energy. And one of the key provisions are implemented. The tax on import of solar panels will be completely removed. Obi, as amount for to make us Ghana with all the sun we have. It is the most naturally occurring option for us to produce electricity. With this initiative, people will be able to move and create their own electricity sources rather than say depending or ECG. So the tax, the tax if you are completely able to become energy self-sufficient in terms of one casa or install or electricity panels and make sure say obi to me enya electricity without depending on friend is saying ECG. Every day piano not the price and the cost. Now that also ultimately will help the country in terms of our dependence and import of fuel or any fossil fuel product, and will affect our foreign exchange and currency position. So in terms of solving the bread and butter issues, these three key ideas driving forward will ensure that when Dr. Bawumia becomes president, we'll then be in a position to first address the issue to do with the tax issue, make sure say tax baba form, and two, deal with the cost of living issue, and ensure say amount for people can have more or less a more manageable life without the fluctuation in cost of living. And then so these are some of the key propositions to me, but there are lots of them that we can discuss. I think Zenka
very well.
Zamia and Find the Propaganda Bank will have a chance to talk about all the 70
a lot of
proposals
in the 70 yes, Sammy.
But that's a eti Bawumia vision any.
No, back say so waka say
20 minutes Bawumia vision any.
How? 15 minutes. Ena
Bawumia vision
e dos ba wa famu train. That's what kind what?
Obi. Bawumia vision papa e wo mu miensa na waka je yo. Papa ena MPP kasa mafo a wote ha waka je de di kan say Bawumia say Ghana for ye ni gidie ti yen liberalize ya adwen eno na e vision. Bawumia vision no oba no wa bebie ya adwen mu ye no ye think small ya adwen no wo fom ti yen bie ya adwen mu eno ye vision. Bawumia vision ne say a oba na wa ba ma VAT ne tax tua no ayemere obe simplify no so omure fit taxation to production na Bawumia kan eno no akwa kosi say
abasa no na me kan
mpenyifo say kwatere kwase obema ntoma tie ne di wo share your bo wo so be move from taxation to production with the over 40 taxes abeto yeso was answer asoma Richard abetena say o meka say me ba na ma ba bet taxes so asre same way obi Bawumia vision they say or my whole lecture on your cut government expenditure and fast why you benya really na Bawumia no say is cut expenditure. In 9 months in 2021, 9 months, January to September, Bawumia office spent 4 million cedis equivalent to 40 billion cedis on what they describe as emergency activities. Emergency activities, Bawumia. 9 months, 40 billion cedis. Omoankasa report almost submitted through Chief of Staff to Parliament is there. Obi, Bawumia no ene ye Vice President impo. Ne staffers, ni aid, na advisors, omo ye 25. Ono nim say the security expenditure. Obi ono kope president super delegates conference with me to bribe 100,000 cedis, 150,000 cedis. The omo ano mo kwakoto main one no wante. Kennedy Japan came out, even the delegates nankasa their videos. We see minya 1 billion. Sikalegu kamu. Na main one no, main election no, ni paburu 200,000 when do you be 400 Ghana cedis. Ono ni think the security expenditure. So ba obeteneka. Baby onya sika ni free no dia akwahye. Nti vision. Minu ye de bia wo sori ane yen kasa ba vision ni electric cars. Baby amudi adu no. Na ba wo mi wankasa o kada fo nyina obema omoka. And also see Ekosiisen
Asempa FM.
Concrete roads Ekosiisen. Penyise kwatre kwa. Also obema on tomati anything. Say me better taxes so. E-levy una wo de buy. And I'm putting it on record here. Kojo Opon Kroma said it. The video is on my phone. When I end my submission, I'll give it to you. You can play it. Said Bawumia was instrumental in crafting the e-levy law. It is there, black and white. City on city. The video is here. And the story is here. It will be concluded in a medibawi. Now, Obi. Me catch us, Bawumia said more kind. Dodo na na yentro. Into would see me a foul pain, you have started marathon. And throw number 1, but we may see a buy way and the online passport application by Obi Miwa. But your online passport application and your Bawumian at the buy.
When you're vision,
the speech he read 73-page speech. Bawumia assert and say, or no, why are dear? Yanto nyom freno esan say or the online passport application aba and I make a choice online passport application 2014 and yet technical committee with foreign affairs ministry momo ye piloting Ambassador Christian, the chief director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the time, was the chairman of the committee. By December 2016 and a John Mahama by launch online passport application. The GTV video is there. The report they did. Obi, one
and oh video and so
Obi, so you are pretending say where them for where them is here. Me pretense bia. Obi, you know it. Now Obi will research away in Chrome you haven't seen this video. I've sent it to you. Check your WhatsApp. Hana Teta or launch online passport application December 2016. And the story is there. Graphic did it, Modern Ghana did it. Nobody can lie. Nti Bawumia or your trofo. The atosu biem Bawumia can say or the online passport application which is not true, and because of that, in Tuko passport officer, Kronu e wo nyina no tu ase. Obi Nancy 2023 ya. And Bawumia. You can the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Sharia Yokobu your passport office. Obi. And also, so are you going to pretend you don't know?
Your core passport office. No, say
pay you for 1 year. Omo bribes, corruption, costro. Our treachery almost over transfer.
Sure.
Jana Bawumia, Tibikas on a Ghana food in Ebekasa. No, they are sharing speech, Muse, or no digitalization. Aba, which meets now them or online apply for passport 24/7. And unti Oko passport office now we took at a proyase. Or trofo and throw number 2. Obi.
Richard.
Time. Okay. And your intro number 2. Intro number 3. But when me say aban we ya create new man kwa or pepe mienu ne ba I can say aha back 2.1 million jobs.
Yes.
Obi we dey making kan kakra because I throw in and the first 2, I know the facts are already out. That is why I didn't read any publications. But you already know the facts. But Obi, the kind of say February 2021. And the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, Ignatius Bafuwa, or call Parliament for the vetting. And then at that vetting, he told Parliament, say, from 2017 ABC 2020 when swafwa abaya dwuma omu create nyina ono na da no ono nikita data no obi meboa And I said 2017 to 2020, I buy creative new man over 3 million. Story in the Kitam Hey, Business and Financial Times online, 18 February 2021. Any over 3 million jobs created in the Kufuado first term. Ignatius Balfour. So Chankuntumpu Mausafwayra or Dabonte. Obi Yankabian Shem September 2022. And the minister has also called parliament. And just all kind of parliament. Yes, the minister over 2021. Now, I'm creating new man over 3 million. Now, they say new man creating saying, where the my job online and the kitam hey. 16 September 2022. Government has created 5.3 million jobs. Employment and Labor Relations Minister Ignatius Balfour. He said, yeah, a human for 3 million. Drew 5.3 million jobs. And Alaji Bawumia 27th April 2023 yeah. Alaji Bawumia so kotre na Twitter say abana ya ade pa na abana creative nyuma. Say the adwuma na free over 3 million call 5.3 million. Ora Bawumia say 2,255,928. Hey. Okasa na no ade ya so a o say adwuma na 2.1 million. So Atra or moody no figures no in Sisiso. A year then I work creative you 3 million, I 5.3, obesi 2.2 sounds so 2.1. Atra. Na me pese na me can ha no biatia says I ban we create 2 million jobs for Ghana. And ka Ghana will be a adwuma ka ye underemployment for Ghana. Obi. What is that 2016 Ghana Living Standards Survey 7? Ghana Statistical Service here no. Page 89. Almost a Ghana for us at 2016 no money juma 15 years and above. No more 1,027,000. Kakreguso. It is a multi creative juma 3 million over 3 million within the first 4 years. And they call 5.3 million. And now 2.2 and now 2.1, whichever you want to believe. 2021 population census. Ghana Statistical Service for now say omu ni juma 1.5 million. So how can you create over 2 million or 3 million or 5 million jobs and still unemployment rates has almost doubled? Now 8.4% 2016 and almost 14% all-time high. I said then I will create a juma millions say. It's a atronia who do rather sem and abawumia every try. And then only atronia who do rather sem. And throw number 4, at here for be free some much, minimum some much. Dr. Bawumia so on a fixed doom so. And I'm ready to be my dupe and throw a door so say, Mr. Make just a better airtime. To do in my time, in the 50 minutes. Oh, boy, Obi, I come 8 minutes.
No, be our time.
Obi, tell me. Doom so, Bawumia say on the solve doom so. Or solve doom so way. Or solve doom so way. Ubetna Joy FM here March 2016 say Mahama solve dum so but my mona baso obi me bua na memwa me kasa bi ana mayi Philip Osei Bonsu a dwumadi aye di onna oye titireni a ototo ya no mayi na dance munim say asem bi anya nukure bia obi o ma ne ntwam enti de me kan ya hoye honhu nyina no you should know it is factual. But Womian said Mahama has fixed dum so but my mona baso March 2016 ha Obia wetie me bia Google it. Mahama deserves no credit for fixing them. So you even see the video. Me no can say that Adom FM4 Facebook page. Chairman Bonsu dan say hello FM. Majority leader. Mine people from Rashe Bedroom. O say Mahama na solve them so but at a high cost. Nana Poku. MPP presidential aspirant Penyimpa. Kojo Poku. Or say ye wad na sebia yemfama John Mahama because on the solve doom so. Who doesn't know? Said doom so ended by 2016 and you low shedding BBM. Who doesn't know? Dear na bawumia ye chess on na solve doom so. John Mahama anya de bia bawumia na ebo no so bo say o man kani an do so bro so kra nti wa ma ye SS power ye bo woka. Adena bawumia otisa. Adena papa o yesa. No one ma Richard adwuma ye den and people talk against people like Richard. A very great communicator, but there are certain lies the man cannot defend it. And by Womiana ama MPP communicators, Edumaya Densan. What's the Bona as a Richard? Great communicator, excellent. But nipa na wo defend no atronko how can Richie defend this? Obi ukra na your communicator my MPP, can you defend this? Now ba womia entro number 5 Osei na buying the digital application see aba omo obi be a friend www.epay.gov.gh na hono kwa you e-health you e-pharmacy you DVL for hobi and a GR for hobi and I would me apply for bibia online utimi to bibi or the e-way chaba pepacho obi entro sa nyina no wankaza wunim if it is year 2011-2012 World Bank for the Ghana abansika aye de ye dwuma de be a friend e-transform and that e-transform no jo ma ma hwem ye nya e-government e-procurement e-parliament ye platform under e-government your friend e-services.gov.gh under that platform in the AM for 2 year GRA for DAVL for NHIS for you start you automated digitalizing all these government services to make it easy for Ghanaians to access these services in an efficient and timely manner. Alaji ba womia baya no pintimamento akwadrura baya na obechenji kales no. Into check it, the last page of the green book you published in 2015 e-services.gov AM for boso DVL for boso obibia wo eneba womia say ono na ye obwa osio na banya ye fiber optic she obia entro number 6 and also so obwa John Mahama by the longest fiber optic network in Ghana 900 kilometers Eastern Corridor and the powers are digitalization efforts in according to Omo Minister for Communication Oslo Usu John Mahama na ye from Ho Obi Ekusi Boko it passes through 120 communities 5 districts Metro Fiber 300 kilometers Accra and Tema and my Wi-Fi in the internet President Mahama na ye President Mahama na see the first grade A ICT plug and play ICT facility Accra Digital Center Shedanye siwo ICT facility the biggest business process outsourcing and then Mahama nti ubetumi anya baby atena wa Ghana ha ya adwuma ma company or China US baby a wo wiase nyina 24/7 Mahama na yeye tibi fanipa over 10,000 adwuma if operated 24/7 Mahama
so run through the kind of
Mahama yes me call Mahama na ye data center with 650 rack space and another 45 rack space backup ewo University Untuni baby dia ba womi kan wasemi o say me mama will be licenses on koye fiber optic it my ade na DVL for afi bia unim ka so mo register what is ban bia baga na ba be ka say ma breso DVL for a license 1 million cars into your achievement umo be license no your achievement as the same way then entro number 7 ora ba womi say Ghana card President Kofo na de bae said na ko 40 wenti we di oyi ni free mu enye ye de bi o se Ghana card on de bae nti ena papa Kofo bae o man credit ena oyi John Mahama na NDC free mu ena Felix I'm sure he read to you the report of the technical committee 3-member technical committee ye raba womia obedi o mampenya be di akire February 2017 o power mo se o mo hwe Ghana card mu
Felix
and according to them na adwuma ayaye registration ayaye over 16 million cars are na to agu over 12 million they na distribute to over 900,000 omo beto contractor na ne margins group aye public private partnership and on abawomia cars or montoaso the contract being implemented today according to Kenneth Atefua they came and met it omo ba ye na register foreigners na register bebre na register Ghana for bebre en sacha ya omo de ba mu a yes omo move Ghana for from 4 fingers biometric capture to 10 figures and from facial recognition to iris recognition. The system was there. So give what belongs to Caesar and what belongs to God. Now Obi, me dem announce no. In this my last 2 minutes no. Obi. Ye Rabba Wumia say obo solutions for the future. Na Ghana for mabunzi mi bizana say. What about both solutions for today? And nay wona wo yo mampenya be di kira wo hwe Ghana sika sem nyina so. E-levy kodwo opon kroma se wona wo de bae se wo pepa se wo betumi ayi afiri wa de na wonyi free one o ka so be move here from taxation to production ade na wonye ye bet levy bet in ya and then crack with bet in yesika kakra near 10%. But we na de core cabinet my G2 enti otrofo obepe to me 2020 August okotena Peace FM and here for the use momo de yan tax unya to me na de bae. What does that mean? Say ye tie ba we me na da da ya oba or the beba. Look, most of these taxes like emission taxes ne de keka VAT on electricity. IMF negotiations na akwa ba meboa. When they lead the IMF negotiations ba we me ono na age sa to we nyina atum. Enti obeka kire wo se obeye free wa wo dada obeka kire wo se e se kra de hina abufu ne se John Mahama promises and about wia on say 24-hour economy ni de we di kan already kill agu ni hu ani mas into 20 menwia but Mahama say I will complete constitutional review process by wia Mahama say I will cancel ex gratia by wia Mahama say I will reduce the size of government and work with not more than 60 ministers but we no originality.
We are only about 50 hours.
50 not more than 60 can be 50. Oh, you don't know?
Of course.
Not
more than 50.
Now, but when you say the nipa 50 or not obey the nipa 50 around the government and as vice president in Pokeke, the office in presidential staffers ni advisors in 25 no. Penny for say am for and a challenge Accra onyina obeye am robber no. Oswa no wi ankwa munam. Vice President in 25 aides and staffers. Size of government. So this is a man bereft of credibility and any vision whatsoever.
Yeah, that's it.
And I know without a shadow of doubt to say, come 7 December 2024, Ghana for betin suit sukoko. Ghana for be rejected no. Near the John Mahama Abba, your biggest problem confronting us in Numa, but Womia said nothing about jobs. Only any vision on jobs. Oh, really? Not even one. Not even one. Rachel Intimikedi, not even one job creation vision.
Digital 21 million.
Digital day.
Digital
what?
Why you didn't?
Digital what? Now they see no the digital not creating you must say. Momo free say am cry. Say see no the digital not create. And they made catch only oh be 1 second. Wumi chair. Enye mi nua no. Mama 1 minute am come asam na wumi chair. Obi ma me ka we. Ye no ma kramofo bi ka bibi chair me. Enti alaji ba womia. Obi Pentecost elder we de boa me ne yanka wai enti trumu mema ware mane ma ware ne ese ye mofra no sebi trumu obi a Pentecost for so de agina se Ghana omo person wo be ye president nyina obi am ye hu ni position no ba wo mi atimi atwere 73 page speech wanka ho asem all because trumu for sika aye campaign.
Oh, now so say me now.
Sebi previous or pesa again for sika aye campaign. President Mahama say me assemblies of God ni sa dia no me yin tumu da. Ba wo me Muslim ni oh I don't know Christian by day Muslim by night. Wo
oye Muslim.
Oye Muslim magiatum. Na nkramoni we kra de haram kese. Vision for Ghana. Obi a also be boy am liberalize ya adwen 73 pages, not even a word on LGBTQ. Me say this man is an agent of the LGBT.
Sami akoswa
Richard can say.
Okay. But kind story no.
But so it's a different project which was done.
No,
you don't know.
No.
Oh,
the laying of fiber optic cable. That's
yes. Yeah, Kofod did some, but that is not what we are taking credit for.
But
what I'm talking about is what Danida. The Danish government gave us $38 million to do, and President Mahama commissioned it in 2015.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that what I'm telling you is that the business of laying the fiber optic cable
started before us. Oh, that's correct.
So okay. So and Obi also so now the level of internet penetration compare 2016 to now, it was about 34%. Okay, when we took over in 2016. Today it's about 72%. Okay, about 72%. Number two, you see, a friend say the airport, a passport, it's a shame that there's no time. And even the Ghana.gov issue.
We can come back next week.
No problem. But the point is that the vice president, the point now we're making, on can't say with two corruption as you, or see we are using digitalization to fight corruption. What he said was that before the digitalization, the number of passports that were processed, the amount realized, compared to when digitization came, the number of passport processed and the amount, showed that there were leakages. Sika amount for a takey or unrighteously. So there was about, I think, before digitalization, the revenue realized in a particular year was about 11.8 million. Following that digitalization, the revenue shot from that 11.8 million to 94 million. So the claim he was making is not to say we're too corruption. I say, corruption. I say, but what I say, he was saying, the process is leading us to. Into say, 94 obi continuous implementation. But me, I say, we'll get more revenue and more passports will be processed on time, 24/7. That's what he was saying. It is, I mean, I know can some na no atobo obi. Who say or strategically no vision. I say my person okay. Want to me and kawebi. Want to so and to me and form the amame yanka. A dubra young fa or modi and brani meka. The idea is say the idea that Obi, the idea say Obi criticizing Obi biara Obi as hebiano, Obi to be criticizing. Jesus Christ criticizing. And you know, they are all in Hano. It's not the idea or my man. Okay. The record suggests say NDC wa bemwa Ghana konechi. MPP ba bemu Ghana konenim. They all can say and I am of a predict say ya ba economy be 8% oba me ba. Oh no catch there say. That into pongo. There be tete. One can say tete. Obi say na say. Enti say no matroka akura no ade IMF aka no. Nka ebetumi ateni ana ontumi anyi sa question Matias Obi hey Richard Obi Richard Obi who be set record way don't try
communications officer Richard Ahiagba director communications 3 minutes now so 15 minutes now cuz I'm from Richard me obe 18 20 minutes don't let us do that
Obi program so
sound
Obi Saturday dey go baby Obi dey dikan me no say opeso or discuss a vision the bebo na manatimi activity na se na discuss no me pen Asempa 24-hour economy mo print back ma donate the amount ebiam so dey to so be no John Mahama and then ma publish the policies 60 where the kind dia tudwa at various fora me man a hard copy onko no nkusua na wajai sansem wika uko mi Facebook wall edaho uko Twitter edaho. These are 60 visionary policies announced by the flag bearer. Afei Obi minu ya say NDC betena konwa so ayekoya chi MPP ba ayekoya nim yakoya nim and it's not dollar na Obi don't next do week, that no, give me my week. Time hold on give me my time I will be there now
why 2 hold on next week
minimum say Kofi Bento say oh yeah adwuma maba wo mi a wo so omede waka ho ana is it on the director for research is it Kofi Bento is director for research and strategy at the White House by my office it's an important point let me make that Obi let me say it here everything I said about Bawumiantro online passport application Bibia fiber optics he has not been able to disprove one. The vision of John Mahama is here again it is not true say NDC ba yakoyachi omone de yakoyanim yenim omode yakwa ne se omode 40 taxes abegu yeso yenim omode yakwa ne se omode inflation 15% equal 54% yenim omode yakwa ne se omode interest rate akọ over 32% and the interest rate here the highest in Africa. Ghana interest rate here the highest in Africa. Yenim omode yakwa ne se omode unemployment rate akọ do 14%.
60 policies.
Obi mamelande yenim omode yakwa ne se omode Ghana ka
24 hours
atra 600 billion na ne ka amene ya yentimi ntua ya ka yenim yakwa ne se omode dollar are you listening to me omode dollar every 4 cedis and the dollar is almost 13 cedis so please
our economy no
munima mamuro ye raba wo mi anokra ni nanu
oni